And so LeBron James made a decision today that he believes the Sixers are best positioned to go out there and win a championship.
James. Here comes the Kings down the lane. Oh, man, LeBron James like a locomotive right down the boulevard. And that gets...
LeBron James has made his decision. He is coming to South Philly. He is taking his talents to South Philly. LeBron James has decided to play for the Philadelphia 76ers, everybody. What's going on? The Sports Bash is live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video, streaming on the X platform and on YouTube at 973 ESPN. The announcement was made at about 11 o'clock this morning, but it is still absolutely unfathomable to be saying this today to you guys out there that LeBron James is playing for the Philadelphia 76ers, and it is a 2-year deal to play for the 76ers. So he could play this year and next year. We'll talk more about that. I automatically, the first thought in my head is, this is the biggest sports star in the history of Philadelphia. And I'm not even sure it's particularly close. You guys are listening right now. You hear my voice. You know what happened. LeBron James is a 76er. How you feeling? The decision has been made. There is no more waiting. There is no more, well, he want to play golf here. He might want to go there. He has picked the Philadelphia 76ers. I mean, I am floored. And this is coming from somebody, I told you earlier this week, I had about a 78% chance. I said 78%. I felt pretty strongly that LeBron was coming here. But I'm floored. Like, there's certain times where you're like, I think this could happen, but until it actually happens, the feeling that comes over you. I was like, as somebody who has worked in sports my entire life, I've literally not had another job in my life other than basically working in sports. This may be, outside of the Eagles winning the Super Bowl, probably the biggest sports story that I think I have ever been a part of. Now, I get it. The guy's 41 years old. But this isn't a 41-year-old at the end of the line. While he may be at the end of the line in years, he still has plenty left in the tank. 60 games last year, 21 points, nearly 7 rebounds, almost 8 assists, a steal and a half. This is a guy who's getting better with age behind the three-point line. He shot over 50% from the field. It's unbelievable. It really is. I literally don't even know how to put it into words that LeBron James literally said, for the next 2 years, I'm going to play in Philadelphia. There are stars, and then LeBron James. Listen, am I a Michael over LeBron guy? Yes, I am. But I certainly, and listen, I was very critical of LeBron early in his career when he couldn't get over the hump, specifically in Miami. But I think when he went back to Cleveland and won that title there, he kind of like, I gained a lot more respect for him. When he left Miami, went back to Cleveland, won that title there, and then he went to L.A., and I said it was one of the more disappointing L.A. things. Like, I'm not the biggest LeBron guy in the world, but I'm not an idiot. I certainly understand how impactful this is. Look, it's no disrespect to say, oh, I might think you're the second greatest player of all time. And I have said before, I think Michael's just the best winner of all time. I think LeBron is the most physically imposing talent that we've ever seen. And at 41 years old, to be putting the numbers up that he still puts up, that is unbelievable. The fact that LeBron James is a Philadelphia 76er. I want to ask you guys, you're listening right now. You're hearing me ask this question. How do you answer it? Is LeBron James the biggest star in the history of the city? You know, when Bryce Harper signed here, that was like, oh my God, Bryce Harper picked Philadelphia. For whatever reason, we always kind of look at Philly as like maybe the not up there with the others. You know, it's like you're not New York, you're not LA, you're not Chicago, you're Philadelphia. And that Philadelphia almost seems like it's a middle market team, you know, like you're in Milwaukee or something. The fact that he decided, LeBron James said, I'm going to play in Philadelphia for the next 2 seasons. The word you would use to describe that, like, where were you? How did you react? You know, we had people screaming in the hallways here. No signing ever. Nothing. My phone went absolutely bananas. I've already appeared on multiple radio shows. I'm already scheduled to be on national ESPN radio tonight. That's how big this move is. So let me know where you were, your reaction, how you feel about this. This, to me, is legitimately the biggest sports star in the history of the city. He's bigger than Doc. He's bigger than Allen. He's bigger than Bryce. Bigger than Lindros. He's bigger than, you know, if you're going to go Wilt Chamberlain style, you know, Wilt might be a more mythical figure, but back then, those stars aren't nearly as big as the stars are now. I don't think there's an Eagles player that tops LeBron, because when the Eagles have won their Super Bowl championship, it's been with the underdog, Nick Foles and Jalen Hurts, who's a polarizing player. LeBron James steps in and becomes, I believe, and I could be wrong, maybe I'm forgetting somebody, the biggest sports star to ever play. This is the equivalent of kind of like Pete Rose picking to play with the Philadelphia Phillies. At the end of your career, you're right there. You need that championship player. He steps in. He's got the championship pedigree, but he can still play. You know, this isn't the guy who's at the end of the line and he's basically washed that comes and tries to help you win a championship. This is a guy who's going to be one of your better players next year. Now, how does he fit in? We'll discuss. Text board blowing up, 609-403-0973. LeBron James has signed with the Philadelphia 76ers. It's a 2-year deal, by the way. So it is a 2-year deal that has a player option for the second year. And I talked about this yesterday, something that Evan Cohen brought up during Unsportsmanlike, which was it doesn't mean LeBron has to play with the same team for the next 2 years. So he could pick the Philadelphia 76ers and then go to Cleveland if he wants to, or go to Miami if he wants to. He wants to take a shot in Cleveland, in Philadelphia. And he has a player option. What if he has a great year this year? I don't know who has cap space for next season, but he could opt out of the deal and then go to a team that has cap space that maybe pays him another $20, $25 million next year. That's a possibility. So he has a player option for next year. So that's the business side for him that gets the win. And the Sixers have the 2-year deal that they can say, if you like it here, and let's be honest, if the Sixers have a good team and they make a deep run, LeBron's going to like it here. Any star who comes to Philly and the team is good, they will fall in love with the fan base. Now, if the team stinks and it goes off the rails, LeBron will probably hate it here. 609-403-0973. LeBron, according to Shams, who broke the news, reports that LeBron has signed a 2-year, $8 million deal. So the Sixers are getting him for $4 million a season. I see that. It's funny because my text chain of multiple people is like all over the place. They're like fragmented of people that you're in a text chain in with other people. So you're getting text with the same people in 2 and 3 different text groups. You know? I mean, when my girlfriend told me that she got an alert on her phone that LeBron signed with the Sixers, that's something. Right? She doesn't like signed up for ESPN alerts. It was just like an Apple alert that's like, hey, LeBron James signed with the 76ers. How many people? I always love the story of like when Jaylen Brown got traded. It's like, where were you? This trumps Jaylen Brown. Where was I? Sitting in my office. I'm talking on the phone. I turn around. I look at the TV. I see Shams' tweet up on the screen. And I say, wait a second. This can't be right. What's the word to describe this? What is the word to describe what we are in the middle of as Philadelphia sports fans at the current moment? This is the biggest star in the history of the city. And I don't even think it's a debate or close. He dwarfs Bryce Harper. Dwarfs Bryce Harper. And at the time, Bryce Harper signing here is a pretty damn big deal. But this is LeBron James versus Bryce Harper. They're not even in the same conversation, really. You're talking about a guy who's won multiple championships, multiple MVPs, and is probably one of the top 1 or 2, 3, 4 players of all time. Bryce Harper's not one of the top 5 players of all time. Somebody messaged me and said, you forgot Harper. Harper's not in this conversation. And listen, Allen is a cultural icon, and he played here, and we love him. He's not on the same stratosphere as LeBron James. He didn't win skedaddle. He did win an MVP, so I'll give him that. Doc never Doc did win a title. He's the last guy to do it in town. I think Doc is probably up there, but not as big as LeBron James. I am floored that we're having this conversation today. Floored. On a news dump Friday, LeBron James decides, and by the way, he didn't do it in any fancy way. It was just a tweet from Shan. Your thoughts and reactions, 609-403-0973. Nuggets was supposed to be off today and tomorrow. He's coming to work now. The Nuggets said, I'm coming in.
Well, first of all, Nick Earnshaw is probably the biggest Sixers fan of anyone at 97.3 ESPN. So, I mean, that's him making that decision didn't exactly surprise me, number one. You asked about what word describes what happened. I got a word for you. Unprecedented.
It's not as good as this guy's word. Mike, the word is bananas. That's the word. Unprecedented is up there, and that's a little too proper for this. Bananas.
To me, I'm numb right now. I don't know what to think or react. So to me, that's why I went unprecedented, because to me, this whole situation, we've been waiting 4 weeks for this guy to make a decision. And now with the flood of information that came out after the announcement, it's like I feel like I'm still in like data gathering mode. Like LeBron's own statement is wild. So we'll get to that later. Some of the comments that Shams had this morning on First Take, we'll get to that later. It's still like ringing in my head. So to me, I'm less emotional about it and more like this is absolutely just, I can't even describe how people are reacting to this because I've never seen this before in my lifetime.
Yeah, I can't think of a story outside of the Eagles winning the Super Bowl that I think was unbelievable. I can't think of like a off-season story that when you added this player that it basically like an earthquake shook the area.
Well, that's why, you mentioned Pete Rose coming to the Phillies. That's one. But the other one is Moses Malone. When Moses Malone came to Philadelphia for the 83 season, it completely turned the rest of the NBA.
Yeah, that's not even on. That's a pimple on the ass of LeBron James signing with the 76ers.
I think it's a little unfair. Now, I think you're being a prisoner of a moment. When Moses
I don't think so. Moses Malone is. I
MVP.
understand who he is. He is nowhere near the level of star that LeBron James was. He was an unbelievable player, Moses. Nowhere close to the same stratosphere of LeBron James in terms of the hierarchy of the greatest players in the league.
I understand that, but you asked when has this happened before? And we're talking about when and by the way, when Pete Rose and Moses Malone came to Philadelphia, that was before social media and the internet. We didn't have instant reaction, tuning into the radio, the television. We didn't have all that to feed off.
No, and that's why this, like, LeBron is a worldwide known star. I don't think there's one person outside of the United States of America who ever heard of Moses Malone.
Fine. Fair.
LeBron James is probably the most well-known athlete, American athlete. I know there's soccer players that are probably more well-known than LeBron would be worldwide, but in terms of an American athlete,
in terms of the 21st century, yes,
there's not even a stratosphere that anybody comes close to that I can think of. Not one person.
I mean, the only person that comes close to the 21st century is Tiger Woods.
Tiger Woods would be in that. I will give you Tiger Woods is in that conversation.
And the reason why I'm saying 21st century is because there's that other guy who won a bunch of championships in the 90s who's even today is still a global icon.
Yeah, I mean, yes, listen, somebody messaged me, Wilt's a bigger star. I don't even know that that's the case.
No, the only guy basketball-wise is Michael.
Yeah, Michael. And look, Wilt may have been a bigger star had he played in an era that he would have been more well-known.
Right. Like, for example, half the reason why people still remember Larry Bird versus Magic Johnson, they got to see it.
Danny says, I think this is one of the biggest free agent signings in recent, maybe of all time in the city of Philadelphia. Danny, I agree. This is the biggest free agent signing in the history of the city. And it's crazy to say the guy's 41 years old, but he still plays at a all-NBA level. He would have been an all-NBA player potentially last year had he played the 65 games.
Yeah, he didn't play the minimum games.
Yeah. He also, Danny adds, I'm on a cruise. Thank God I have Wi-Fi. Danny, the fact that you're on the cruise, have Wi-Fi, and are now watching the show and commenting, I got to give you props, Danny. Appreciate it, man.
But I think that emphasizes how wild this is. LeBron chose a random Friday near the end of July to make the announcement. Like, he didn't make it yesterday. He didn't make it next week. He didn't make it August 1st. Like,
I said earlier this week, the football training camps are starting to report.
Right.
And I said yesterday, it felt like the LeBron thing, the air was starting to come out of the balloon a little bit. And I think he said, let's go for it. Let's go now. Let's go on a day. We're dead as a door now. Well, maybe he's cognizant enough to know that the Phillies didn't play last night. What is everyone going to be talking about today? I don't know. Bang. There you go. Well, by the way, Monday Marcus texted in. He says, I'm going to be working a second job so I can afford season tickets. By the way, how many people now? I had so many people say that the Sixers have been calling them about season tickets and that they've been holding off. I wish you would have made that purchase a couple weeks ago because I think you're going to have a considerable raise in the prices there.
By the way, you mentioned about LeBron choosing today because it's like a dead news day in Philadelphia sports. It reminds me of, have you watched any of the new season Unreal on Netflix?
Unreal?
The WWE documentary?
Oh, that's out? I want to see
that. The new season came out this week.
I didn't see that, no.
So the one episode, they asked John Cena, why did you choose this day? Like for his final match, right? And he said he purposely picked the day because it was the most dead year on the calendar for WWE, and he wanted to elevate the entire organization. Is this like what LeBron did? LeBron said, I'm going to pick a random dead day in Philadelphia sports and give you guys a little pep in your step.
Yeah, I don't know that he's really hip to what's going on with the Phillies. Maybe he is. I don't know.
I think LeBron knows and we think he does.
Mike in Hamilton says, LeBron to the Sixers. This gives us a chance right now to compete for a championship. Yeah, I agree, Mike. By the way, the odds makers agree with you as well. They are plus 900 now, which is the third shortest odds in the NBA behind the Spurs and the Thunder, and they are tied with the Knicks for the best odds in the East to win the NBA title.
By the way, there's a comment on the YouTube. If you're watching the Sports Batch on YouTube at 973 ESPN, there's a comment on here that goes right up with what I was thinking, Mike. It says, imagine Dombrowski keeping pace with the rest of the Philadelphia GMs.
Yeah, I thought about that too, but guess what? The Sixers, you're losers right now. These teams are running laps around you, and Dombrowski's sitting there
twiddling his thumbs
with a good club. It's not a good club. I mean, it's a good club. It's not a great club.
Yeah.
The Sixers, they went
the
and
Sixers
said,
blew
we're
you
not
out of the
stopping.
water.
Pat
Nobody
from Ocean
cares.
City Mike, we've gone back and forth about Josh Harris and the Sixers for a long time, but I have to admit, this new regime change is a breath of fresh air, and I am thoroughly impressed with what they have done. Pat, I know we have gone back and forth many a times. I know many people out there dislike the ownership group and the Sixers. I have not been in that camp. I think the Sixers have tried to win. It's not easy to just make it all work, but I think that listen, I liked Morey, and I was a little skeptical of Myers, by the way. I think Bob Myers helped you get this thing done.
And that's what Brian Windhorst said this morning on First Take. He explained that it was part of the reason why LeBron chose Philadelphia was because of who is now in charge.
The fact that there's a clutch client at the centerpiece of this team and the championship contender, I believe those two things intersecting, plus LeBron trusted the management. He trusts, I'm sure, Bob Myers, immense respect there. He trusts Mike Gansey, somebody he's known since high school. I think all of those things gave Philly a chance. Philly had some things going against them. They weren't home. They weren't Miami. They weren't Cleveland. They weren't Golden State. But what they had going for them ended up being the difference.
Yeah. I do have to give Bob Myers a lot of credit here. Again, I was very skeptical that people thought that this was just going to voila, snap your fingers. He did not draft very well out in Golden State. I said, listen, he was kind of handed that Golden State team. But I will say this. He answered the question on the Rich Paul podcast, I think, perfectly. And I think that was a big boy answer. And he being in charge doesn't hurt that they have a West Virginia guy as the GM now. I think that's 2 points. Gansey, a Cleveland guy. Him and LeBron knew each other.
I think LeBron cares more about Gansey being from Ohio than he cares about West Virginia.
I'm just saying. But Gansey being from Cleveland, I think there was some synergy there.
Yep.
You have Myers and his lineage to the Golden State championships. I think that gave him peace of mind that this organization is being run the right way. So if I'm going to go somewhere that's not places that I'm familiar with, I want to make sure that they got a big boy in charge. And I got to give credit to Bob Myers. So where I definitely was a little skeptical of like, hey, you people think Bob Myers is going to step. Bob Myers proved to me to be a difference maker. Daryl Morey would have never, I don't think he would have ever chosen the Sixers with Daryl Morey as the guy in charge.
And I think the other point is, you mentioned about Bob Myers going on Rich Paul's podcast. How many times did Rich Paul say, I call Bob Myers for help. I call Bob Myers for advice. We're friends. You got to think that part of the conversation with LeBron had to be Rich Paul saying, dude,
no doubt,
I trust Bob Myers.
Well, and Paul and Myers, they were on the podcast. He said we're friends.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Gansey was a guy who played with LeBron in high school and Rich Paul. They had a friendship from all the way back in high school.
Right, Gansey was in the Cleveland front office when they won the championship.
People forget that too. Yes, Gansey was in the Cleveland organization when LeBron was there the second time.
Correct.
Somebody on the YouTube channel says Mike Gansey appears to be the best signing in Sixers history. A couple months on the job, and he made the Sixers championship contender in months. Go Sixers. Yeah, I agree.
He's the most consequential executive in Phillies hiring history since Pat Gillick.
Yeah, I mean, Myers, I think, listen, as much as I was not sold on Myers coming in here and doing some of the things, I got to give him a lot of credit. I have no problem being wrong on that. I was a guy who liked Morey. I didn't think Morey deserved to be fired. That being said, I can acknowledge that Morey does not get the Jaylen Brown trade and doesn't get this. LeBron doesn't choose Philadelphia with Daryl Morey running them. No way.
Quick question for you. If the Sixers win a championship after this move, does Bob Myers become the basketball coach for you, Epstein?
Maybe. I mean, Epstein wins that title with the Cubs that ends that huge drought.
Well, the Red Sox first, then the Cubs.
Right. I'm saying, well, yeah. The Red Sox, he wins the drought, and then the Cubs, the drought there. But he started with the Red Sox.
Yes.
I'm saying he started with Golden State and then comes here. The Sixers in this would be the Cubs, but the Cubs and the Red Sox both had longer droughts than the Sixers do.
True, but the Golden State hadn't won since the 70s.
You're home of the Sixers, 97.3 ESPN. Text board's lighting up. We're going to read them all coming up on the other side. I just want your reaction. Where were you? Your reaction. Can you believe it? How has your perception of the Sixers changed, if at all? If you were a Sixer hater or didn't have any interest, has that changed? Let it all out. Let me know on the White Horse RV text board. This hour of the show is brought to you by the law offices of Craig A. Altman. And don't tell me you saw another accident today.
No, but I got some advice for LeBron. If he does need an injury lawyer, I can recommend Craig A. Altman because you know what? I'm not saying something bad's going to happen to LeBron, but maybe LeBron's got a friend who has a slip and fall. Maybe they're in a car accident. Maybe Craig A. Altman can help LeBron's friends, if he ends up moving to South Jersey, right? LeBron, he's got to figure out whether he's going to have a house now, right? Well, maybe he's got a friend who needs to call the law offices of Craig A. Altman at 856-327-8899. I didn't see a car accident this morning, Mike, but I guarantee you there was more car accidents today because they happen every day. In fact, car accidents are one of the highest incidents in the United States. So 856-327-8899, or LeBron can get a free consultation at CraigAltmanLaw.com.
I wonder if they can get Matt Cord to come back. Now he retired. You get Jaylen Brown and LeBron James. It's a rough way to go out. Now knowing that, does he come back?
It's like Don Mattingly when he retired before the Yankees won a championship.
All right, more Sports Bash all the way. 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget the Phillies and the Yankees. They're tonight. Apple TV has the game, by the way. And we have the game on Sunday Night Baseball. 2:33. That was Tom McGinnis on the call. LeBron James on an alley-oop dunk at 40 years old last year against the Sixers. Oh, yeah. You're going to hear that right here on 97.3 ESPN. Your home for the Sixers. Tom McGinnis all season long. You know, the Sixers plus 900 odds right now. They have the third shortest odds to win the title. You look at them like a legitimate favorite. Now, I would say a championship team. It would be disappointing now if they don't get out of the second round. Do you look at them as a legitimate favorite for the Eastern Conference? They are the favorite right now. The only two teams that have shorter odds than them are Oklahoma City and San Antonio, who are both minus 130. Philadelphia and New York are both plus 900. So they are the best odds in the East. And then the Celtics are next at plus 1,300. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. We got a lot of texts. This one's from Tim in Summers Point. This is the craziest thing in Philly sports since 2017, the Eagles' first Super Bowl. Says, I was refreshing my Reddit, just having a normal Friday, and it popped up as my top story. I instantly called my dad and brothers. LeBron James is a 76er. Yeah. First off, refreshing Reddit. Now, is that people do that? I'm not a Reddit guy at all.
I have some Reddit alerts on because every once in a while there's I don't use it for breaking news. I use it for second tier news. Every once in a while something slips through the cracks and I'll be like, oh, I didn't see that earlier today.
Yeah, I am not a Reddit guy at all. I don't even know what the use of it is for. I don't understand it.
You probably don't use Discord either.
And I don't even know what Discord is. I've never even heard of it. Is that a something? What is that?
Discord is one of those platforms where people will be groups, chat groups. It started as a thing for video gamers, but now
AOL?
it's a thing. No, it's like a group chat. But it's instead of on your phone, texting or on a Facebook group, it's on Discord. It's usually people from around the country, around the world. It could be a group how the Facebook groups, right?
Mm-hmm.
But instead of it being posts, it's just people talking the whole time.
Don't need it. Text board 609-403-0973. Mike, I'm sitting at my desk at work. Reaction. Shut the bleep up. Yeah, I think you and everybody else. Thea texts in, says, I'm excited, happy, delirious. I like the word delirious for this one. You're right. You're almost delirious thinking that LeBron James sat down in his chair and said, you know what? Philadelphia. Go there. Why not? I heard what Mike Gill on the radio said. He said, if I win a championship in the city of Philadelphia, I will be the first person to win 4 titles with 4 different teams, and I will end a 43-year drought. That's the best story there is. Let's go there.
Well, that might have been part of it, but as Shams explained, there was a certain seal of approval that LeBron had to get before he could make this announcement.
Last piece, I'm told over the last week or so, was just having that family conversation with LeBron James. We know Savannah, his wife, Zuri, his young daughter, they're LA-based. Bryce, his youngest son, he's at Arizona. Bronny James is currently right now with the Lakers. And so him going all the way to the East Coast, going all the way to the Eastern Conference, no matter where he ended up, having that familial buy-in, that was very important for him. And I think that was the last step in this decision.
Well, the fact that his family said, go play where you want to play, and he still chose Philadelphia, it's crazy, right?
Well, listen, I think that the way that Shams and Windhorst have explained it, people online have kind of laid it out. LeBron was like, I'm going to choose Philadelphia, but I got to get the family's approval first. Because, again, they talked about it earlier today. He has no ties to Philadelphia historically. All of his ties are the people who are here now. Mike Gansey, Tyrese Maxey. He's played with Embiid. So it's the people who, but it's not Philadelphia itself. So this was an extreme out-of-the-box decision by him.
John in Avalon, ecstatic to have LeBron James become a Sixer. I would have put it at less than 50% that he would have chosen the Sixers. I think that if he can win with the Sixers and have 4 titles, 4 different teams will definitely help him set himself apart as one of the greatest players of all time. Well, let's first say this, John. He's already one of the greatest players of all time. He would be on any list of the top 5 players of all time.
Easily.
You can rearrange that list however you want. I don't need to argue with you. If you think he's the greatest of all time, I have no argument. If you think he's number 2, great. If you're someone who likes Kobe and he's number 3, fine. If you want to put a Wilt or somebody like I've never seen in there and he's number 4, no problem. He's in the top 5 players that we've ever watched play. He is a physically imposing monster at 6'9" that I think early in his career, him not winning those titles earlier and some of the ways, like in the Miami days, I really think kind of hurt him early. Losing that series to Dallas, that one really kind of tainted him a little bit, is that he kind of took the easy way out, handpicked this team, and then they lost to an inferior opponent. And I think that really kind of set him back a little bit.
But I don't think it was the best thing that happened to him because I think he needed to realize what it really took to be a champion. One of the problems that people don't talk about enough about LeBron's career is that him coming from high school to the NBA and going to a franchise like Cleveland, it's not like he actually was ever like mentored by anyone. He was just basically, learning on the job.
He walked into a team and was the best player from day one and said, be the best player, lead us, do it all. And he got them as far as he could and couldn't end up winning. So then I think he tried to take the easy way out, the shortcut, and go and put a microwave team together, and then he couldn't win that way initially. And then he realized, man, this thing isn't as easy as just me showing up. And I think you're right. That did help him, become a lot more mature player that you need to be to win. Tim from Delaware chimes in. Says, LeBron coming to Philly is waiting for the gift was out of reach and getting it on Christmas Day. Philly is arguably the best roster in the NBA and possibly all time, he says. Tim from Delaware, all time. I don't know about that, but yeah, this is like the gift that the kid asked for, and the parents are like, we can't afford that. How are we going to get this? And then you end up going to like a raffle and putting the ticket in, and like the Xbox, when people want the Xbox, and then you win an Xbox at that raffle at the fundraiser, and you're like, oh my God, I won the freaking Xbox. You only had to put a $20 ticket in,
right?
And you end up getting the gift for the kid, and his face lights up. That's essentially what happened here. You weren't going to pay for the Xbox,
right?
But you won an Xbox. Mike, who's going to sacrifice their numbers to win? Who's taking the last shot when they're down in the playoffs? How's LeBron going to handle being a true East Coast media market? It's a lot of questions there that seem very negative, but let's answer them. Who's going to sacrifice their numbers to win? Great question. I don't have that answer.
I have the answer. Embiid.
Could be Embiid. We don't know that.
Because Joel started deferring last year. There were games in the regular season, the postseason, where he looked over at Maxey. He's like, hey, bro, it's your time. Let's go.
The one thing Maxey, there are nights, though, where Maxey would be cooking, and then he would kind of be deferring, and you're like, do we need more from Maxey? But I think ultimately LeBron and Maxey have a relationship where LeBron would go to Maxey and say, kid, this is your team. You take over the game. If you need me, I'm over here. But this is your team, man. I think having LeBron kind of helps Maxey now that Maxey has his clutch guy in his corner. It's a way to push Maxey to become the man on this team. Where I don't think Joel was the kind of guy to say to Maxey, hey, man, this is your team. Go out there and do what you want to do. That's not really the way Joel acts.
Right.
I think that's where having LeBron now can say, Maxey, I'm here to tell you it's time for you to take that jump. It's time for you to take that next step. It's time for you. Now, the one guy we're not mentioning here is Jaylen Brown. How does he handle all this? Because before, Jaylen Brown felt like, hey, man, I'm the cool new player here, and everybody's talking about me. And now he's kind of back to where he was as the other guy behind the guy who's viewed as the bigger star.
Yeah, I think it's very different because there's a huge difference between LeBron James and Jason Tatum. Like, Jason Tatum's like your peer. LeBron walks in, he's like a demigod. You know what I mean? It's like you're not a comic book guy, but it's like, if you got the Avengers and it's like, if Captain America walks in, you're like, hey, man, you're Captain America.
Oh, I get that. I'm saying, like, he can understand that, but I also, Jaylen Brown, part of it is he felt disrespected. Not because he felt he was better or worse, just that he wasn't getting the same level of respect.
Sure.
Now he felt he was getting that level of respect here, and all of a sudden it's like, whoop, we got this guy.
Yeah, but see, to me, that's not disrespect. That's saying, you know what? More power to us. We're assembling the Avengers.
Terry and Galloway says, when the Eagles got T.O., that was pretty big. I know not like this, so don't tar and feather me. You know what, Terry, though? I will say, when they got T.O., that was pretty damn big.
That was a huge deal.
It was, I remember exactly where I was. I was in the car on the way to ACY to fly down to spring training, and it was snowing out that day. And when they got T.O., you couldn't believe it. You could not believe that they made that trade to get T.O. So, Terry, that's a good one.
The T.O. memory I have the most when I first heard it was me being confused because I was trying to figure out how he went from 49ers to Baltimore to Eagles. Because remember, he's supposed to go to Baltimore.
Yeah, that was the
originally.
whole thing.
And I remember sitting there. I'm like, wait, how did he go? But he's you're sure he's.
Will he end up being Pete Rose or Lance Parrish? That's funny. If he's Lance Parrish, you're in big trouble.
Yeah,
Danny Darnold, maybe. Maybe he plays one
Danny
game, breaks his
Darnold.
foot.
Or Danny.
Josh on the Parkway. LeBron's probably the biggest name, but not the biggest Philly star. I'd say Nick Foles is the best Philly sports star. The dude broke the Lombardi curse. He's my all-time great. Josh on the Parkway.
Josh on the Parkway has been hanging out with Nick Earnshaw.
Yeah, exactly. He's LeBron is far bigger than Nick Foles is, but Phil and Brigantine. Mike, amazing. Sixers were an afterthought, then Brown. Now this, it's absolutely fan-bleeping-tastic. Phillies could sign Scooble today, and you would likely wait until Monday to discuss. Yeah, if this Phillies make a trade today, this isn't the day for Dombrowski to do something.
This is the day for Dombrowski to sit in the mirror and play the song "Hello Darkness, My Old Friend."
Absolutely. Mike in Florida. He says, Mike, I'm in Florida. That's just for like 2 or 3 games for the season tickets, he's saying. He wants the season ticket package. Drew from EHT. We have to all give credit where it's due. Mike Gill said it was going to happen unequivocally for at least a week. You called it, brother. What a time to be a Philly sports fan. That said, those who said, I don't want LeBron can go stick their heads in the sand for the next 2 years. Drew at EHT. You're right. I did feel pretty positive. I felt pretty good about it. And by Monday, I said, I'm at like 78%. This is happening. All right, 2:45. Do you remember things that happened on this day, July 24th? LeBron James signed with the Sixers on this day. That's what happened. Do you remember it? I sure do. We'll read off more of your text messages next on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. 251. Do you remember things that happened on this day? July 24th, 2026, LeBron James signs a 2-year deal with the Philadelphia 76ers. It happened on this day in 2026. You know what else happened on this day? I got some good ones today, actually.
Give them.
You know, when I started my show outline today, I had some good stuff on there. And now it'll be the forgotten show that never happened. On this day, 2015, Cole Hamels pitches a no-hitter to defeat the Cubs. It would be his final start for the Philadelphia Phillies. After 10 seasons, he got traded to the Rangers. He's been in Avalon all summer long.
Yeah.
Saw him over at the Gullies the other day. He was over at Barges.
Today is his no-hitter day.
Probably. So on this day, July 25th, tomorrow.
Same difference.
Yeah, on the Friday show, we do a little weekend. Got another trade. July 26th, in the year 2000. Remember that skit from Conan O'Brien? The Phillies traded Kurt Schilling to the Diamondbacks. Do you know for who?
Vicente Padilla.
He's one.
Omar Dahl.
2.
Travis Lee.
That's 3.
Nelson Figueroa.
That's the 4th. Schilling would win the World Series with Randy Johnson.
And the Phillies had Omar Dahl.
With the Phillies, Travis Lee, I was at a game, spring training game.
Yeah.
And, I mean, you're very close there. The game was in St. Pete, where the Rays used to play.
Yes.
And a guy was, like, literally in Lee's face over the dugout. And he just yells, "You're a bum, Lee!" And I felt kind of bad for him. The place was so empty that everybody heard it. On this day in 1983, George Brett's pine tar incident occurred at Yankee Stadium.
That's today?
That's today, July 24th. But on this day in 2026, LeBron James signs with the Philadelphia 76ers. The text board, I think, is at a historic level of the amount of text right now. On the White Horse RV text board, White Horse RV, your RV adventure starts here in Williamstown in Galloway. I will try to read off as many of these text messages as I can. We do have Paul Hudrick coming up next right here on the Sports Bash. What does Paulie Hudrick think about LeBron, the fit, what it means? And are the Sixers his favorite? I like this text. Yo, we got LeBron. Let's go. Now, Dombrowski, go get Scooble, and this town will explode. Beggars can't be choosers, Jackie came in courthouse, but I love the passion. Let's do it. Another hour of the Sports Bash. It's next. Tom McGinnis on the call. Look out below. LeBron with a dunk. Can you imagine hearing McGinnis now, right here on 97.3 ESPN, when LeBron comes right down Broad Street? I cannot believe it. I mean, I am not being facetious when I tell you the amount of text messages we have right now has to be an all-time record for a show, and it's the first hour. Appreciate everybody getting on board out there, watching on YouTube, listening on the radio. What a day. What a day. We couldn't have this day. We couldn't talk a little Sixers in the middle of the summer without Paul Hudrick. Liberty Ballers is here, and he joins us now. And, you know, we knew that the Sixers' name had been mentioned with LeBron James. But on a Friday news dump to hear that he has agreed to play in Philadelphia for the next 2 seasons potentially, I can't think of a bigger sports signing in the city in my life or even before I was born. This may be the biggest sports story of all time, and we're discussing it right now.
Yeah, it's really hard to wrap your brain around. The only thing, like in my lifetime, that's close is like Bryce Harper. I mean, that was pretty significant. Obviously, he's a guy in his prime that chose Philadelphia, so that's that. But like, this is the guy who many people consider to be the greatest basketball player to ever live, and he's chose again to end, like, essentially, I guess at this point, end his career in Philadelphia to chase one more championship. It is really hard to get your brain around. But look, Mike, you and I talked about it. I always thought they had a chance. I never thought they were like the favorite, but I always thought they had a chance just because of the roster they had, because of the moves they made, because of kind of how serious this organization has been presenting itself for the last few months. So certainly it's a whirlwind. I'm still pretty in shock about it, for lack of a better term, still processing it a little bit. But yeah, this has to be, I mean, for me, undoubtedly the biggest news day I've ever covered. And to your point, Mike, I think a lot of people in the Philadelphia area would say it's the biggest news day they can remember.
Paul, in your mind, I mean, LeBron had to make a decision. He had to choose Philadelphia for a reason. How do you stack why he finally came to terms with this was the place that was the right decision for him?
He said it, winning. I mean, that's it. If you look at the other situations, the other teams, the Sixers with LeBron James now sitting at the 4 are the best. They had, like, we saw their odds shot up, right? Now they're the second in the East behind the Knicks. Like, and I don't think that happens with the other teams, right? Like, I think if he's a Cleveland Cavalier right now, I don't think the Cleveland Cavaliers shoot up to number 2. I don't know. Maybe they do. But I just look at, like, the fit, and it's just, for what he does, right? He is like the most elite point forward the game has ever seen. He can rebound. Like, he scratches all the itches, right? Like, everything this lineup needs. He is the most perfect kind of connective piece. Whereas if he goes to Cleveland, who's guarding the top perimeter guy if he goes to Cleveland? It's not going to be James Harden. It's not going to be Donovan Mitchell. It would have fallen on LeBron. He goes to Miami. All of a sudden, yeah, they have a really talented front court with LeBron, with Giannis, with Bam. You're starting, with respect to Davion Mitchell, who I like, that's their starting point guard. They're starting 2 guard Andrew Wiggins, who, again, fine player, an okay player, but they're not Tyrese Maxey. It's not BJ Edgecombe. It's not Jaylen Brown. It's not Joel Embiid, a former MVP of this league. Like, I just think it was just too overwhelming for LeBron when he looked at everything of, like, okay, if I really want to win a championship in my final act, this is the best spot to do it.
Yeah, he's 41. He scored nearly, 21 a game. He had like 7.5 assists a game. I mean, he was still rebounding. I mean, so he's not a guy who's kind of holding on for dear life at the end here. So, 1 ball, 5 guys that are all, you just labeled them. Do you have any concerns about that?
Concerns is probably strong, but look, they're going to have to adjust without a doubt. Like, all these guys are going to have to adjust, but I think they're super motivated to do so. Like, think about Jaylen Brown. This guy, his name has just been dragged through the mud this offseason. Even before the trade happened, like the whole Bobby Marks thing with, someone said he would be the 7th best player on our team analytically. It's like, what? And then after the Sixers traded for him, you saw this onslaught of weird PR about his on-off splits and how Derek White, they said, was the better, more impactful player. You don't think that Jaylen Brown is coming here motivated? They traded him to a direct rival, a team that just beat them. So Jaylen Brown, I think, is as motivated as ever. Joel Embiid, same. Like Joel Embiid, think about, Mike, when all this was going on and we're all debating, who's the best fit? They looked at Joel Embiid and they said, that's a detraction from the Sixers. They said, his injury history? Nah, like LeBron shouldn't go there because he's depending on Embiid. And Embiid saw it. Embiid hears it. So, I just think that motivation alone will allow them to figure it out. And I think, too, Mike, I get it. Maxi's not a natural playmaker. Jaylen Brown, not a natural playmaker. Joel Embiid is much improved, but not a natural playmaker. LeBron James is one of the best playmakers we've ever seen in the sport. I think VJ Edgecombe is maybe a little bit underrated as a playmaker. I think he's got a little bit more to give. But I just think those guys, with the gravity they have and the attention they're going to get, there are going to be ways to find open shots. You put Joel Embiid at one elbow, you put LeBron James at the other. Good luck. Right. And then I saw one stat I saw too, Mike. The last thing I'll say is I think it was Jaylen Brown, LeBron, and Maxey are 3 of the top 4 transition players in the entire NBA last year. There are going to be possessions where Joel Embiid doesn't even need to run down the other end of the court. This team, and then that's not even talking about the depth they have with Anthony Simons coming off the bench, with Dean Wade coming off the bench, with Baron Philon coming off the bench. This is a good team that I think these are what you would refer to as caviar problems. When you have this much talent, you have to figure out the best way to use it.
I definitely look at the Dean Wade thing now and feel, wow, that's a nice thing to push him back. You talk about the depth, because a lot of times when you have a starting 5, you look at depth and you say, well, they got these 5 guys, but they don't have, a lot of bench. This bench appears to be pretty solid, especially with the bench they had last year. Paul Hudrick, Liberty Ballers, is with us. Listen, I was not a Morey hater by any stretch of the imagination. I didn't really think he deserved to be fired. I certainly understand why you had to move on from him. And bringing in Myers, I wasn't this is going to change the whole thing. I was wrong about this, apparently. How much was having Bob Myers here allowed LeBron to say, I trust this organ? He's not deciding to come here for Daryl Morey, correct? Am I right about that?
Probably not. I think that's not crazy. I mean, I don't know for sure, but I don't think that's a crazy thing to surmise. And I think it's not just Bob Myers. I think it's certainly Bob Myers. He's a serious guy. A guy's won multiple championships. I think that matters. He has a relationship with Rich Paul. That matters. He hired Mike Gansey, who played high school basketball against LeBron, who was in the Cavs organization when LeBron was there. So there's an obvious connection. There's Jameer Nelson, who played against LeBron James in the NBA. They were on an all-star team together. So, I just think the word I keep coming back to, Mike, when I think about Bob Myers, Gansey, Nelson, and kind of that triumvirate, there's a seriousness. And that's not to say Daryl Morey wasn't a serious person. He was. But there's just something about those 3 guys. I think there was just a commitment to winning. There's just a commitment to just a seriousness about wanting to find good basketball players. Not worried about Jaylen Brown's analytics saying, no, I see that guy. I watch him play. He's very good. I want him on my team. Same with a guy like LeBaron Philon. Take the best player available. Yeah, he's a little skinny, but he's really good. He can gain some weight. I just think, again, this is serious. It's just there is a seriousness now purveying from this organization that I don't think has been there in a long time.
That's for sure. You have a situation where I agree. I think that you put Bob Myers. I thought his appearance on the Rich Paul podcast, where he basically made his pitch, was the exact answer that you would want to hear if you're LeBron. You want to come here, it's to win. But I'm not going to tell you how to live your life. I think that's, this organization is finally run by a big boy. They put their big boy pants on, and I trust them, because I think it was a matter of trust to say, I'm not going to go there if there's a circus going on. And listen, some people believe that LeBron brings a circus with him. We'll see how that goes. But I think one of the interesting things here, Paul, is people always say, whose team is it? Who takes the last shot? All those things. But LeBron's relationship with Tyrese Maxey could be the big brother come and say, yo, little bro, you are taking the last shot. It's your team and it's your time. I feel like that is a very interesting part of all this. When everyone's looking to say who's taking the last shot or whose team is it, I think you now have a voice that can differentiate who is that person.
Yeah, for sure. And I do think that, LeBron, if anything, throughout his career, has been criticized for not being selfish enough on the basketball court, right? Like that's like kind of saying like, he defers, he's a passer or whatever. And it's like, well, that's exactly what this basketball team needs. They need a guy who's going to occasionally defer and but also when the moment's needed, can just put his head down and score. And I think too, like LeBron's experience is so helpful here. Like with the Heedle situation where he's playing with Chris Bosh and Dwayne Wade, and they all kind of had to figure that out. Then he goes to Cleveland, Kevin Love and Kyrie Irving. They have to kind of figure that out. I think, and then the Olympics, right? He 2 years ago, he was playing with Joel Embiid on an incredibly talented Olympic team. I would argue was their best player in that Olympic run. And so I think he just has this experience of, I know how to win. I know how to make it work. Like, I just know how this works. Like, I know who has to, like, we all have to take sacrifices, but make sacrifices. We all have to make adjustments. And I think that experience will help. And I think, look, he's going to help Maxey exponentially kind of take that even maybe another leap. I think he's going to help VJ Edgecombe a lot. Same thing, kind of take another leap. And then I still think he's going to help guys like Joel Embiid and Jaylen Brown because Jaylen Brown is obviously won. Joel Embiid hasn't. He hasn't won a championship. So I think LeBron from a play style standpoint just fits so well and can be, again, that connective tissue that kind of makes it all work. But then off the court, I think he's going to be able to push guys or like you said, Mike, like if it's a night where Maxey maybe passes up a big shot to Joel Embiid, LeBron will be in his ear and say, yo, young fella, you got to take that shot. Like, that's got to be your shot. That's not
the kind of guy Joel is.
He's not. No, and he's not. Like, I mean, Joel, I shouldn't say that because you know what, Joel, if you ask Tyrese Maxey, Joel Embiid is definitely on him pretty frequently to be more aggressive, to sometimes be the guy. So that is, but maybe it's not as obvious or whatever. And maybe it's, look, not to say Joel Embiid doesn't have cachet because he's got plenty, but this is LeBron James. So it certainly sounds different coming from that guy as opposed to any player we've ever seen in the NBA. So certainly that his voice is going to carry so much weight. And I think too, Mike, like the idea of like worrying about whose team is this off the court, who cares, man? Like, who cares? Just win. And I think that's where all these guys are going to be.
It's funny. I just saw somebody post, hey, congratulations, Jaylen Brown. You complained about being the second option. Now you're a fourth option. I don't know about that. However, do you look at Jaylen Brown and LeBron and wonder if that's an awkward fit?
No, not even for a second. Because, look, I already cited the transition stat. I think that's where it's going to be something like those two just kind of wreaking havoc defensively, pushing it the other way with VJ Edgecombe with Tyrese Maxey. I mean, that's a nightmare to face against.
Can Joel keep up with them? Can Joel keep up with them?
There's going to be possessions where he doesn't need to. Like, he's going to be able to stay on the other end of the court. And then I think when the game slows down and it becomes a half-court game, you have the ultimate equalizer in Joel Embiid. So I just think I think everyone's so focused on how it will work and not as focused on, well, what are other teams going to do to stop them? Mm-hmm. Because now you have 5 dynamic offensive basketball players on the court. How are you going to stop off? Like, you're going to have the other team's worst perimeter defender is going to have to guard VJ Edgecombe. I don't think that's an easy, like when they play the Knicks, Jalen Brunson's going to have to guard VJ Edgecombe. How do you think that's going to work out for Jalen Brunson? It's just, and then I look at it conversely, there's really no weakness defensively. I mean, not everyone, Jaylen Brown has some like off the ball issues, but on ball, he's a terrific defender. LeBron certainly coasts here and there because he is a little bit older and because, of who he is. And he's not going to play like a maniac all 48 minutes, but you better believe when the playoffs come, that's going to be the case. So I think maybe there's too much focus on again, what are they going to do as opposed to, well, what are the defenses going to do to stop these guys?
Now, it's being reported that LeBron chose Philly in part because he could live in New York City, commute to Camden for the practices and Philadelphia for the games. So that added to the appeal of Philadelphia is that, hey, you don't have to live here. You can commute back and forth, that New York is there. So that's something that's pretty interesting for one of the reasons that he will be here. But ultimately, they had wondered whether or not this is the best chance to win. Their odds are now suggesting, Paul, that they are now the favorite in the East. Is that fair?
I would say them and the Knicks. Yeah. I mean, the Knicks just won. So you have to say the Knicks are right there. And
the Knicks are tied, by the way, plus 900. Yeah. Both of them are plus 900.
And look, the Knicks, let's be honest, they lost a really important player, Mitchell Robinson, too. I mean, that guy was really important to what they did. They gave him that too big look. And with all due respect to Andre Drummond, I mean, that's a big drop off. It really is. So, I think it's close between those two teams. And I think in general, though, Mike, like the East is going to be so much better this year. I still think the Celtics are going to be really good. Indiana's probably going to be back.
Yeah.
Detroit's still a very young team. I mean, go down the list. I mean, Toronto, if that Kawhi trade happens, who knows what's going to go on there. Like, there is a lot of talent in the East. So for us to be sitting here saying, yes, we believe earnestly that the Sixers might be the best team in the East, that's a pretty big statement, considering how much better the conference has gotten. So I think it's certainly fair when you just look at that starting five, just from a talent, and the games aren't played on paper. They got to play the games, but on paper, this is one of the most talented starting fives that's ever been assembled in the NBA, let alone right now, like in the history of the game. Like this is a collection of talent that's really, really rarely ever seen in this league. So, again, from that standpoint, I think on paper, you have to look at them as the favorites. They have to work out some kinks. They're going to have to make some adjustments and see how everything kind of sifts out. But, you have to feel incredibly good about your chances if you're the Sixers.
Paul Hudrick, Liberty Ballers. Can you even fathom if LeBron is able to bring a championship here, what that would mean, and where that would put him in the pan? Even if he was like one of those guys only here for a year or two, if he's able to pull this off, he would be the only player in NBA history to win with 4 different teams. I can't even imagine what kind of reaction that he would get and where that would place him in the pantheon if he's able to do this. You're a writer. How would you write that story?
Well, in Philadelphia, I mean, I'm not even exaggerating. You're putting 23 in the rafters. I mean, if he wins a championship here, man. I'm not kidding. Mike, Moses Malone only played 3 years here. Well, unless you want to count that 93-94 season, but I don't. Right. But he played 3 years here. That's it. But he won a championship. And he won a championship on one of the most talented starting fives, the NBA, well, not 5-man groups because Bobby Jones came off the bench. One of the most talented groups we've ever seen. Got the Sixers over the top, helped Dr. J get his first NBA championship. So he got his number retired. And it was well-deserved. Like people thought it took too long for them to retire his number here. So I think when you're looking at it like from that perspective, just from a Philadelphia standpoint, it's going to go down as like one of the greatest stories that we've ever seen in Philadelphia if he wins here. Now, I would say in the NBA pantheon too, like you already alluded to, like 4 teams, 4 championships, and like a major part in all 4, not just like with respect to guys like, Robert Horry and Steve Kerr, who were fine role players. This is a guy who is a headliner, was the best player on 3 of those teams. And now the 4th, maybe he's not the best player right now, but he's going to be a huge part of it. So it's an incredibly compelling story. I think it only adds to his resume and makes it look even more impressive. I mean, he's already at a point, Mike. He's 41 years old, and he's already accomplishing things, doing things that no 41-year-old has ever done in the NBA when you just talk about his production and what he's still able to do on the court. So the fact that he's already there, if he adds ending a 43-year championship drought in Philadelphia, making it 4 championships of 4 different teams, being a big part of it, and especially after, I would say nationally, some people have kind of panned the Sixers or this decision. I just think, and it's also, I think the last thing I would say is it's another situation where he kind of went against the grain, right? Like Cleveland made a lot of sense because it's the homecoming. Miami made a lot of sense because he had a lot of success there. He chose the unfamiliar, and I think that was a gutsy move on his part, and I think that's another big thing that will be remembered for. For yes, he was trying to win a championship, and yes, he did join the most talented team, but there was still plenty of risk involved. If he goes to Cleveland, that would have just been a love fest, right? Every night would have just been a love fest. Same with Miami. Just every night would have just been everyone adoring him, heaping praise on him. In Philly, it's going to be, you got to win. And I think that's what he wanted. And I think that adds a measure of respect to what he's done. And if he, again, wins a championship, just adds to that.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I thought that everything the Sixers offered adds pieces to his legacy. The other stuff is like, I won in Cleveland. Okay, great. You did it again. I don't know what more that adds. Same with Miami. You win in Philly, 43 years, historical franchise that just can't get out of its own way. And you're the guy who gets them the title. That adds a layer to your, that's another couple bricks to your pyramid to the top there. And I think that had to be considered by him of, you know what, this organization, it's almost like they need me and I need to do this for them to add to me. Because there are people that still question him and his legacy and all that stuff. So it's unbelievable. I can't believe we're having this discussion, especially on a Friday afternoon. But LeBron James has signed with the Sixers. The last thing I'll ask you is, you're getting LeBron James. It's not one of these 1 year, $40 million deals. He's playing for $4 million a year, essentially. If he stays for the 2 years, he can opt out. If he has a really good year this year, what's to say he doesn't opt out? And now he's saying this is my last decision. But to get him for $4 million deal, $4 million a year, that is unfathomable.
Yeah, no, that's why. Like, I will. Anyone on earth, and I know this is it's a loud minority, but it's a minority. Anyone suggesting that they didn't want LeBron here, you should be institutionalized. Like, what are you talking about? This is one of the greatest players to ever live. He wants to come here and play for the minimum. Like, why on earth would you not want that? Like, and I get like, the circus, blah, blah, blah. It's not, who cares? You're not you're not in the circus. Like, and it's only for 1 or 2 years. So it's not like it, because I think what happened to Mike, so like the first time he's in Cleveland, it ran its course. He's in Miami, ran its course. He goes to Cleveland, he wins the championship, goes to LA to be with his family. That runs its course. Like, that just happens, right? Like, sometimes things just run their course. And I think that's the bigger thing. It's not that he is like this, it's going to be horrible when he's here and all. No, like and by all accounts too, like from what I understand, like, look at Tyrese Maxey. Tyrese Maxey, like, that's one of his idols. It calls him his big brother. Like, just this notion that he is going to somehow disrupt things or whatever. First, and actually I would say this too, maybe this organization needs a little disrupting. So I don't see anything wrong with that. But yeah, it's crazy to think about the fact that he, again, chose Philadelphia to play on the minimum. Like, that says so much about what Mike Ganzi in this front office has done, and it says so much about this city, this organization, and the history. And then one other thing too, Mike, like, this guy, he's a student of the game. He appreciates its history. Allen Iverson is one of his favorite players. You don't think it's on his mind the last time this team got to the Eastern Conference Finals was 2001 with Allen Iverson? Like, you don't think there's a part of him that thinks like, oh man, like, I can do this, like, but AI couldn't do, or, you know what I mean, kind of continue his legacy kind of thing. I'm sure that's in his mind too.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's truly an unbelievable day. The fact that LeBron James has signed with the Philadelphia 76ers is just mind-blowing, but it has happened, and we will have you covered. And, of course, you can listen to every Sixers game right here on 97.3 ESPN. Paul Hudrick, follow his crew over at Liberty Ballers at Paul Hudrick as LeBron picks the Sixers. 2 years, $8 million, $4 million a year for LeBron James. Paul, enjoy the weekend, man.
I will. Take care.
Take care. I can tell that Paul will enjoy the weekend. I'm sure his readership just went up tenfold over at Liberty Ballers with the reaction here on the Sports Bash. All right, coming up, We got more reaction. LeBron James signs with the Philadelphia 76ers. What does a Knicks fan think about it? Because right now, so who's the favorite in the East? Right now, who do you like? We got the Sports Pass Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at 973 ESPN. Watch the show and be a part of it. A lot of people chatting on the YouTube channel today. Text board blowing up. Appreciate all of you. We'll get to them. We'll do our best. Here we go. McGarry, Nuggets on a happy hour Friday. What are you having on this LeBron James day? I got some good happy hour Friday picks for you guys today, too. Stick around. More sports bets coming up. And now they're teammates. Tom McGinnis on the call with LeBron James last year. So in that game, man, an alley-oop, a dunk down the middle, he elbowed him in the head. I can't wait to hear Tom McGinnis on the call. Are you kidding me? LeBron James is signed with the 76ers. What does it mean in the East? The Knicks are the champions, but Vegas right now says they are equals. Is that fair? Unfair. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. You know, it seemed like we were going to have a Friday, little Phillies Yanks. They got Sunday Night Baseball right here on 97.3 ESPN. But instead, LeBron on the Friday news dump, Mike, decided, I'm going to take over the airwaves of 97.3 ESPN. How shocked are you that LeBron James is coming to Philadelphia?
Pretty shocked. First of all, I think it's great for the Philadelphia 76ers. It's great for Philadelphia 76ers fans. It's great for basketball in the area. I had a feeling he might come to the East. I think there's a clearer route to a championship final in the East. Oklahoma, San Antonio, and even Minnesota are formidable in the West. So I didn't think he'd ever go to Golden State. But honestly, out of the teams in the East, I probably would have put Miami and Cleveland ahead of the 76ers. But great day for the 76ers because LeBron takes a look at the Sixers roster and believes that's his best route to a championship. And so the 76ers win, and 76ers fans win also.
What does it tell you about where the Sixers are now as opposed to where they were when they got swept by the Knicks?
Well, it's interesting, right? Because, to get swept by the Knicks and the Knicks go on to win a championship. So that's the level that the Knicks were playing at is the level you have to play at to win a championship, right? So have the Sixers, are they improved from the team that, got swept by the Knicks and in 3 of those 4 games weren't really competitive? Absolutely. How much they've improved, I'm going to wait and see till the season begins and we see guys playing together. And as always, the health of Embiid is a big factor. But I don't think today is a day to sort of dump on the 76ers or dump on LeBron or something like that. Today is a day to celebrate one of the greatest players in the history of basketball coming to Philadelphia to finish his career. You hope, however, it's not the finish that Michael Jordan had with the Washington Wizards.
Why, he had multiple choices. Why in the end do you think that Philadelphia was the decision, which, it's a little shocking to many people. It's like, hey, I'm going to play in Philadelphia. A lot of people just did not think that ultimately they were a, realistic target. Why in the end did he pick Philadelphia? Your thoughts?
Oh, I think it's the roster. I just think it's a flat out looking at the roster. I think he looked at the roster and said, Tyrese Maxey, an all-NBA player, rising star in the league, is there, right? Jaylen Brown, all-NBA player, is there. Embiid, if he stays healthy, former MVP, all-NBA player, is there. And it's a team he can go to, and he can be the 4th option. He can be the 4th option on a night in February. He can be the 4th option on a night in March. He's not going to have to work as hard as he would if he went to a team where he was the 2nd or 1st option. So he can be the 4th option on this team. And then he also has the ability to give the Sixers on a night when they needed 30 points and 10 rebounds. Now, I think that had a lot to do with it. I think it's the overall talent of the roster and the fact that this franchise is not relying solely on LeBron to get to the playoffs or win a playoff series. What they're looking for is LeBron to give them that little push to get them over the top. So I think it's the talent of the young players on the team, and I think he shows his faith by signing a 2-year deal. Now you've got basically the Sixers geared up to make a 2-year run at getting back to the NBA final and winning an NBA title.
Yeah, 2 years, $8 million is the deal for LeBron, who averaged 21 points, 7 assists, 6 rebounds last season for the Lakers. He did make the All-Star team for the 22nd time. Probably could have been an All-NBA player had he played enough games last year. He played in 60 games, so he was 5 games short. Mike, you take a look at LeBron and someone would wonder, you kind of hinted at he doesn't have to be the guy. He could be the fourth option. Somebody texted in and said, who's going to sacrifice their numbers? Who's taking the last shot when you're in the playoffs? How's he going to handle being on the East Coast in a big market where there's a lot of criticism? I mean, you play for the Lakers. I think, he handles all that stuff. But the other questions, do they ring into your head at all?
Not really, Mike. I think they're going to figure out a way to make it work. They're basketball players, and they're going to make it work. And where I think the 76ers have improved the most, I think the 76ers problem throughout the Joel Embiid era has been an inability to score and create shots in the fourth quarter of playoff games, right? And create shots for himself and teammates in the fourth quarter of playoff games. Tyrese Maxey has shown the ability to do that at sometimes sometimes in the playoffs, and other times he's struggled. Well, now the 76ers not only have Maxey, they have Jaylen Brown, who has done it for Boston, was an NBA Finals MVP, an Eastern Conference Final MVP. He's won a title. He knows what it takes to get to that level. And LeBron can do it also. And now you can better utilize Joel Embiid. And Mike, when you say the guy who's got to sacrifice, the guy who's got to sacrifice here is Joel Embiid. I said it before on your show. I'll say it again. Joel Embiid needs to play more like Wilt Chamberlain did with the Los Angeles Lakers. Concentrate on rebounding and defense, let the other guys score, and then in the fourth quarter of tight games, when the game slows down, then you can get the ball to Embiid at the foul line. But Embiid has to get his mindset right to where Maxey, Jaylen Brown, and LeBron, they can't wait for Embiid. They got to push the ball and do what they can to score. The guy who's got to make the sacrifice is Joel Embiid.
And it's also, the relationship him and Tyrese Maxey have. You could see a scenario where this is LeBron stepping in to tell Maxey, yo, you're the guy. You're taking the last shot. It seems like that's the piece that can help Maxey grow up to that, maybe from all-star to potential superstar.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure that Maxey probably grew up watching LeBron play and idolizing LeBron, right? So now LeBron comes in with some gravitas, obviously, one of the best players of all time. And he can be the guy who can tell Maxey, hey, you're absolutely right. This is your team now. It's time for you to go. So to me, this team now has become more of a Maxey, Jaylen Brown, Edgecombe type of team, with LeBron and Embiid being those complementary factors. And Mike, when you talk about Embiid making an adjustment to, at the Sixers practice facility in Camden, the number one opinion probably of any player that they cared about was Embiid. Well, Embiid now, we care about somebody else's opinion a little bit more than yours. The number one opinion we care about is LeBron. Embiid, takes a step back in that matter also. So again, Embiid's the guy who's got to sacrifice, but if he does it, this team, at least on the starting five, the depth is a little questionable, but the starting five is as good as anybody's starting five.
Well, they did, they added Dean Wade in the offseason, and many people thought that he would now be that fifth starter. He slides to the bench. You got a first-round pick in Philon going to the bench. They did go with Simons. There is some reports that Kentavious Caldwell-Pope is going to sign with the Sixers as well. A lot of these teams, you get the big three, and then they have no depth. I think the Sixers at least can say, hey, we have a serviceable, if not interesting, bench.
Yeah, I think they have interesting depth. I think I like Simons as a player. I think he can give you some consistent scoring off the bench there, so that's a difference there. But I thought we saw in the playoffs just how important the bench is, with both the Knicks and the Spurs and Oklahoma, for that matter, both having deep teams. I'm not sure that the Sixers bench is quite up to the level of the bench of the Knicks, the Spurs, or Oklahoma. But again, that starting five is impressive to watch. I mean, they could put a starting five out there of all NBA players in Maxey and Brown, an NBA finalist MVP in Brown, and past MVP MVPs in James and Embiid, it certainly is an impressive group to watch, or, on paper. How they play, how they blend together, how they stay healthy will be interesting to see. But right now, on a July Friday, it looks pretty impressive on paper, basically.
Yeah, and on paper, the Knicks are the champions. How do you think those two teams match up? You got Karl Anthony Towns, Joel Embiid. You got LeBron James, Jaylen Brown. You've got, obviously, Bridges over there. You've got Brunson and Maxey. I mean, the 10 guys on the court that start that, if you put a 7-game series together, that feels like it's going to be a must-watch.
Yeah, absolutely. I just said to somebody here, I'm up at Citizens Bank Park, and I said to somebody, I hope we get Knicks Sixers next spring, because that'll be tremendous. And opening night, don't we have to have Knicks Sixers in the Garden, maybe opening night of the season to kick the season off? So I think that would be tremendous. From a Knicks perspective, I would love it, because you just mentioned the odds going even. I think this puts a chip on the Knicks' shoulder. And in my mind, I see Jalen Brunson in an Atlantic City gym or a Holy Spirit gym right now saying, "Oh, we're the defending champions, but we're not the favorite. I'm working on my game right now." I
don't know, man. The Knicks got some.
See in my mind.
The Knicks got some interesting financial things coming out. Brunson, he wants to get paid. All these guys now want their money. What happens when you win? That starts to play a factor.
Yeah, I mean, that's the cost of doing business, right? And you see Mitchell Robinson not with the team because of that. So we'll see how all that works out. I think they're able to run it back for one more year, and then we'll see what happens going forward. But again, from a Knicks perspective, to me, I think this just puts a chip on their shoulder. And I kind of like that about the team. I like them playing with a little bit of an edge. If they thought they were getting soft walking around, if you thought Jalen Brunson was getting soft, being at WWE events and Fan Fest and everything else, this will, should knock him right back into business.
Can you imagine every 2 weeks getting your check, the size that these guys get, and saying, you know what? I actually need a bigger check. Like the thought couldn't even fathom, couldn't even cross my mind, the size of their checks, and then saying, I'm not playing unless I actually more than this. That being said, this should be fun. Sixers. And by the way, you said Sixers Knicks on the opener. I think maybe Sixers Celtics opener, Sixers Knicks on Christmas Day.
Yeah, or I thought Christmas Day might be LeBron back to the Lakers or something like that. So,
interesting.
I think that would be. I think they might go with that. But either way, there's an interesting bunch of matchups. Either way, I guarantee you this: I think the first time the Knicks and Sixers play, it'll be on national television, no matter where it is. Basically.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. Well, yeah, you just brought that up too. Yes, Sixers Knicks becomes a massive. Excuse me. Well, that Sixers Knicks, Sixers Celtics, Sixers Lakers, they all become big ones. Sixers. Get LeBron James today. You're at Citizens Bank Park getting ready for the Phillies and the Yankees. I would imagine this news is buzzing through the baseball ballpark as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Rafael Marchand got put on the injured list, and that not quite making the front pages today, headlines. And two guys. Somebody just said to me that the two guys who are happier about LeBron signing are JT Realmuto and Bryson Stott, because nobody can remember how crazily they ran the bases in the previous two games after 11 o'clock this morning.
The pressure now goes to Dave Dombrowski, where the Sixers have said, all right, we can make some moves. Your move, Dave, and we'll see if something picks up for them, because they got a week from Monday will be the deadline.
Right. And Mike, that's one thing I think we didn't talk about, but should be pointed out. Mike Gansey and Bob Myers, what a tremendous job they did coming in. Because when the season ended with the loss to the Knicks, everybody looked at the Sixers contracts and said, how are they going to move off to these contracts? How are they going to trade Paul George? How are they going to shake up this roster? How are they going to change the core? Well, those two guys did an absolutely fabulous job. I don't know how it's going to play out during the regular season and the playoffs next year. We'll see how that plays out. But I don't think there's any doubt that anybody can't give those guys an A+ for what they did this offseason.
All right, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com, here on the Sports Bass Live from Citizens Bank Park, where the Sixers make the big news today. They signed LeBron James to a 2-year deal. All right, Mike. Appreciate it, man. Enjoy the weekend.
Mike, you too. We'll see you down the road. Thanks.
All right, Mike McGarry, Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com, here on the Sports Bass Live, 97.3 ESPN. That is, well, look at that. We got the Phillies lineup. It is out, and it is brought to you by Scotchy's 13th floor at Raffici. Soon to the White Horse Pike at Absecon. Text your name and where you're from, and you can win a $25 gift card to Villa Raffici's. We're going to pick the winner today on the Sports Bass. So we'll pick the winner for this week's Villa Raffici $25 gift certificate. Nobody scored 13 runs this week for the Phils, but if you entered all week long and you enter right now, you have a chance for a $25 gift card. We'll announce the winner at the end of today's show. Phillies lineup: Turner, Schwarber, Harper, Marsh, Bohm, Stott, Real Muto, Rincones, Crawford. Jesus Luzardo gets to start, so that's your lineup tonight. No Hill, no Brian De Cruz, no Sosa tonight. So you got the right-handed lineup, and as Mike hinted at there, if you were listening, prior to tonight's game, the Phillies placed catcher Rafael Marchand on the injured list with left knee patellar tendonitis. To make room for him on the roster, to fill his spot on the roster, I should say, catcher Peyton Henry has been selected from AAA Lehigh, and Brad Keller has been moved to the 60-day injured list. So Marchand out, Henry in, and Keller to the 60-day. That's your Phillies lineup, brought to you by Chachi's 13th floor, coming soon to Raffici's on the White Horse Pike in Absecon. 609-403-0973. Text your name and where you're from, and we'll announce the winner at the end of today's show for the $25 gift card to Villa Raffici's in Absecon. We got more Sports Bash coming up next.
This is the single biggest risk he could have taken. Miami, given. You know what's going to happen. At some point, they're going to end up in the finals with Giannis because that's what happens with stars that go to Miami. Cleveland, given. You could have been the best player in the league or the worst player in the league. It would not have mattered. You went home. Golden State, given. You would be going there to be with Steph Curry and Draymond Green, your friends, to be close to your family. Like, we're not going to grade you necessarily on the championship part of it. We're just going to grade you on the idea of that's your life choice. This one, you better win it all. You're going to Philadelphia now to win it all. And I'm not saying they can't, but maybe the most important thing.
Evan Cohen on Sportsmanlike Moment of the Day. It wasn't actually on Sportsmanlike. It was after his show because LeBron didn't sign till after. So he took to Evco Radio on Twitter X. And he's not wrong. This is the biggest risk. He went to the unsafe spot, Philadelphia, the place that is always kind of looked down upon by all non-Philadelphia sports fans. It's the place that everybody hates unless you're a fan of the team. Philadelphia is perpetually the friend that everybody else hates, but you like him because he's your friend. That's Philadelphia. And LeBron said, don't care. I'm going there. It's a big risk, but with risk comes reward. And give LeBron credit that he didn't go to the safe spots. He didn't go home to Cleveland. He didn't go back to Miami, the glitz and the glamour. He chose the spot that everybody said, wait, what? LeBron wants to add another layer to the legacy. So the risk is there, but the reward is the greatest reward out of all the options that he had. Winning in Golden State, okay, they've won a ton. Winning in Cleveland, he's already done that. Winning in Miami happened. Winning in Philly? Whoa. How cool would it be if we find out that Nick Foles made a call? Could that have happened? Who gets the credit? To Kevin Hart, all the golf they just played together? We'll discuss later on. Coming up next, it is Football at 4. Adam Caplan with the biggest Philly sports moves ever. Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, and it is brought to you by the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City, which is where you can watch all the Sixers games this year on big screens, big bets. Game day hits different at Ocean. To learn more, visit theoceanac.com. The Eagles open for training camp on Tuesday, but maybe the only story that can push them off what used to be the back page. I guess it still is the back page. I don't know. I haven't picked up the newspaper in quite some time. Would be the signing of LeBron James to Philadelphia. So with that, for today's Football at 4, Adam Caplan has his 10 biggest Philly sports moves of all time. We'll see where LeBron James fits on that list. Adam Caplan, I know you're a big Sixers fan, big hoop head.
I am, Mike. I wanted to change up because, look, we're going to talk all Eagles all the time starting Monday. I can't deal with the Phillies are so frustrating. Josh knows. Josh and I talk a lot. I can't take it. I'm so frustrated with the Phillies. But this thing, Mike, I'll be honest with you. So I'm driving to Stretch Show, and I'm playing tennis tonight, so I'm getting a little bit limber. And anyway, I see the Shams Charania's tweet because I get his notifications. I'm like, okay, please don't be fake. Well, first of all, when I saw I was driving, so I really couldn't look down. I'm like, all right, it's going to be Miami. Come on, it's got to be. How could Pat Riley, who doesn't seem to miss on any guy that he wants, not get him? And when I stopped the light, I read it very quickly. I'm like, I was kind of like shocked. I'm like, then I'm trying to remember my lifetime, Mike. When what signings did I live through? And we'll get to Pete Rose. That was a big one in 1980. The Moses Malone signing coming over from the Rockets. Oh, holy smokes. I was a little kid when Dr. J came over via the ABA merger. There was kind of complicated. But in recent times, there have been A.J. Brown trades, Saquon Barkley signing, and others. But this one in my lifetime, I did live through the Dr. J move. That of its time was huge, Mike. Obviously, unbelievable, super cool as a little kid. But the LeBron one, Mike, to me, starting off at number one, nothing can rival it. I heard you and Josh talking. We could debate who's better, LeBron or Michael Jordan. But what LeBron's doing, potentially 4 rings with 4 different teams, is unheard of. That would be the big difference, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm a Michael guy over LeBron, and I was very critical of LeBron earlier in his career. I hated him going to Miami. I didn't like the way that all went down. I gained a little bit more respect for him, a lot more respect, actually, when he went back to Cleveland, because I thought he kind of took the easy way out of Cleveland, and then he went back there and ended up winning. I give him a lot of credit for that. The Laker years, they are what they were. I felt like they kind of fell flat a little bit. He didn't feel like this great Laker that other great Lakers felt like. But that being said, it's undeniable. This is possibly the biggest sports star of our lifetime, all right? I mean, you could say that if you think it's Tiger or Michael, he's in that conversation.
All right, here's how I would rank them. Okay, now you and I are old enough to remember. We have to remember. I was a little kid, not a loud kid. I was early teens when Wayne Gretzky became a superstar. So I would rank it Jordan, probably Gretzky. Ken Griffey Jr. is in my top 10 of best athletes I've ever seen. I mean, we forget how great he was. But Jordan's got to still be one to me. Now, Kobe, unfortunately, we know what happened with Kobe, very sadly. Kobe's certainly my top 10 of all time of all professional athletes, but LeBron, it's LeBron and Jordan. Now, but again, Wayne Gretzky's right up there, man. If you follow hockey, I know you follow it. Wayne Gretzky was special. The excitement of Allen Iverson on skates is what I used to call him. It just, when he got the puck in open ice, it was special. But LeBron would be number one for me. And especially, by the way, in this town, by far the biggest transaction in Philadelphia sports history. No doubt.
Absolutely. So let's take a look at the 10 biggest Philly sports moves. These are free agents or trade that you have of all time.
I'm not doing drafts. So LeBron signing, I understand he's 41, but Mike, he really is the missing piece because they needed – let's look at this. The impact also. Now Dean Wade, a former Cavalier, does not have to start. That makes their bench better. LeBron is the facilitator. And look, let's not forget, the Lakers had all sorts of injury problems with Doncic's injury, Reeves' injury. They would have been way better with LeBron if these guys didn't get hurt. But LeBron, it's going to be. There's so many things this represents, and his leadership, understanding how to win. Can't wait to see this. Number two, this might surprise some people, but again, I'm older than probably most people listening, and I lived this as a little kid. I didn't realize quite. I had to look it up exactly how the Flyers got Bernie Perron. Zero chance they win back-to-back titles in '74 and '75 without Bernie Perron. The late Bernie Perron, hell of a guy, great guy. Been around him personally. Mike, when you talk about the goaltender standing on his head or stoning the other team, Bernie Perron is number two. The young people probably listening, some won't know who he is, but you know who Bernie Perron was, number one, and what a great dude.
Oh, listen, you mentioned it. The last time the Flyers won a Stanley Cup was Bernie Perron, and one of the biggest reasons why they never or weren't able to or always came up short was the lack of goaltending. So It's ironic that they won a cup because of their excellent goaltending and haven't been able to win one because of their inept goaltending.
That's right. Number three, again, I lived this one. I was at William Penn Charter School. That's where Matt Ryan went and Mike McGlinchey, I guess Adam Goldberg. But I was at Penn Charter then, and when they signed Pete Rose, coming over from the Reds, he was the missing piece for the 1980 team. And remember, Mike Schmidt said it, Larry Boa said it, others said it. Without Rose challenging them, and then, of course, Dallas Green, they were not winning. Pete Rose and that unbelievable catch when it dropped out of Bob Boone's hands. Still can't believe that, by the way. Pete Rose would be number three for me.
Yeah, Rose, by the way, this is similar to LeBron, a guy at the end or at the tail end of his career, but could still play while being in the twilights of his career, giving a team that has perpetually come up short a championship pedigree player.
That's right. Number four, Mike, no chance the Sixers would have won in 82, 83 without this guy. Moses Malone, oh, man. Robo-rebounder, what a story. I remember had the Sixers not swept, I would have I had tickets lined up for the next game, but it didn't matter. Just incredible. Moses Malone and Howard Katz traded him for Jeff Rowland. Give me a break. And I remember talking to Brad Doherty about that during our time at ESPN. We actually talked about that. He about when he was shooting at Harold Katz's backyard in Villanova. It's kind of funny, but Moses Malone, number two, number four on the list, but we're the number two, Mike. Absolutely no chance that they would not have won a championship. He was unbelievable here.
Yeah, I agree. I vaguely remember watching Moses play. I mean, I'm 49. I'll be 50 in January, so I'm a little young for the 83 Sixers. But I vaguely remember him being a part of the team. And we were talking about this earlier. As great as Moses was, he's not in the same stratosphere as in terms of a star of LeBron James.
No. But Mike, he was a missing piece.
Absolutely.
Was the story when I was in high school. He was the missing piece for that. And then number five, this one, Lefty Carlton, number 32, Mike, when they made the trade with the Cardinals. What an absolute, one of the biggest heists in MLB history. A Hall of Famer. Forget about what he looked like with the Twins. Who cares when he lost it? He was unbelievable. Pretty good hitting pitcher. Another guy, 80 World Series team, one of the best left-handers in MLB history. What a trade, what an acquisition. He's number 5 on my list.
Yeah, I do remember Carlton a little bit. I mean, again, a little young, but I saw him towards the end, right? I saw him more at the twilight of his career with the Phillies, and then as he bounced around with, Chicago White Sox, Minnesota Twins, San Francisco Giants. I choose to forget a lot of those, Carlton, but you're right. I mean, what he brought to the Phillies to win that World Series in 8, but people forget, he came over in the trade with the Cardinals.
That's right. Number 6, I mentioned it earlier briefly, Dr. J, via the ABA merger, getting him in a transaction with the Nets. If you might remember his deal, again, I was a very little kid, but I remember the contract. It was unheard of. 6 years, $6 million. $1 million a year, Mike, that would be now like $50 to $60 million a year. It was just unheard of. And again, he was so special. I got the Dr. J shoes, the Converse, the red ones. I was mesmerized. He was a Skywalker, Mike. You remember? He was one of the first hard dunkers, special dunker, great guy. He's number 6, Mike. I know you're younger than I, but for those of us who are old enough to remember, Dr. J was unbelievable when they first got him.
Yeah, Doc, again, he's another one where I saw him. Barkley was like a rookie in those years. So I saw Doc really at the end of his career for the most part. His last couple of years in Philly, he wasn't the same player. But I got to imagine in the 80s, 83, winning those championships, the MVP, finished third in the MVP, second in the MVP. He was a dynamic dunking type of player. I was talking about the fact that at that time, he was probably one of the bigger stars, but probably not as big of a star as LeBron is.
No, but he was the Michael Jordan before Michael Jordan in terms of athleticism, wide open, hard dunker. Number 6, Dr. J. Number 7, you don't have. It's not necessary to have won a championship, but when Terrell Owens came here, Mike, in 2004, I remember being in that first practice with over 10,000 people. I've never seen anything like it before at Lehigh or since. It was special between him and Owens, him and McNabb. It'll be, if you talk about Philadelphia sports tragedies, he's obviously in our top 5 because of how he ruined it. Absolutely ruined it, Mike. Terrell Owens was special at number 81, and they never would have gotten the Super Bowl that year. And for him to come back, I still cannot believe it, playing with him, coming off the ankle surgery. It's really incredible what he was able to do in that game. Really, really special.
Yeah, I talked about T.O. earlier. I can remember I was on my way to the airport to go to Philly spring training. It was snowing out. And when that whole thing happened, if you remember, it was them or the Orioles, the Ravens. It was like a weird situation. It got voided, that whole thing.
Yep.
And you're right, the circus that happened with him coming here and then what it did for that team. McNabb, what would have thought of McNabb, who was very polarizing, had he had a player like T.O. for the entirety of his career instead of just 1 year?
A year and a half, right. And then the next one, Mike, they did not win a ring with him, but the late Roy Halladay, Doc Halladay, it's just, he was so special. The no-hitter, it's just really, really super cool, Mike. They couldn't quite get there as far as we thought they would with him. That was a major transaction with the Blue Jays, and that was one you have to give Ruben Amaro credit. That was a great, great move. Number 9.
Only to be overshadowed by trading Cliff Lee on the same day.
I know, which is insane. Number 9, this one, he was here 4 years. This is another one we'll remember where we were when A.J. Brown was acquired during the 22 draft. It should have been longer. They won a Super Bowl with him. It was a great trade. Great job by Howie staying on with John Robinson, the Tennessee Titans general manager. It probably helped get John Robinson fired, unfortunately. What an acquisition. What a trade, Mike. What could you say about A.J. Brown? Unfortunately, he wanted out. They did it, but it was pretty darn good.
Yeah, A.J. Draft night. When they made that trade, kind of came out of right field. Like, that was one of those things where you're not hearing reports of that happening. It just happens. And we saw what the end result was for the franchise getting him. And then the last one.
Yeah, the last one, although I'll tell you what, Jaylen Brown, we have to see if they can win, at least win. That's right up there, though he hasn't even played a game yet. But Saquon Barkley, Mike, we were skeptical, got to be honest with you, because we just didn't know. He was so hurt with the Giants, but had the best season in NFL history at running back from beginning to end. And Mike, what an acquisition, what a signing. He got, to add that, Mike, he got an extension after one season. Remember, they redid his deal. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
But it was worth it. Great job by Howie.
Yeah, that was the Barkley signing, which, by the way, gets chronicled in that Hard Knocks offseason Giants thing, which adds to the whole, thing of him leaving New York, coming to Philadelphia. One of the great stories in Philadelphia Eagles history. What's funny, too, is LeBron, I think, is easily the biggest star in maybe the history of the city. The Eagles don't really have that because their Super Bowls are won by quarterbacks who are not considered like superstar level players. You know what I mean?
Yep. Yeah, I do. But Mike, if you look at this list overall, not everyone won a Super Bowl with them, Roy Halladay and Terrell Owens, but they all contributed to the greatness of those teams.
Huge impacts.
Yeah, I just wanted to change it up because a lot of you listening grew up in Philly, South Jersey. But I'm glad I mentioned Bernie Perron because for those of us, I didn't really know him, but I've been around him socially. Because again, you weren't old enough to remember him. I was young, very young, but my remembrance of how dominant a goalie can be. That was really the first time I understood in hockey, Mike. A goalie can carry your hockey team, and he sure as heck did obviously with help.
Good list, Adam Caplan. By the way, on Tuesday when Adam's back, the Eagles will be reporting to training camp, and we will have more on the Birds as they are back starting next week right here on Football at 4 on the Sports Bash. Enjoy the weekend, man.
You too. Thanks.
All right, Adam Caplan. Good list there. Let's go over it one more time. 10, Saquon Barkley. 9, A.J. Brown. 8, Roy Halladay. 7, T.O. 6, Dr. J. 5, Steve Carlton. 4, Moses Malone. 3, Pete Rose. 2, Bernie Perrant. And now number 1, LeBron James. That's Adam's list of the top 10 biggest Philly sports moves of all time in free agency or trade. Now, does Jim Thome belong on that list?
Yes. Very easy for me to say.
So who gets pulled off that list? If you're saying Thome has to be on, who's off?
I'd look closer to the list again. I mean, it's a really good list.
I'll give it to you real quick. Barkley, A.J. Brown, Roy Halladay, T.O., Dr. J, Steve Carlton, Moses Malone, Pete Rose, Bernie Perrant, and LeBron.
I take off Carlton. Just because of the fact that Carlton was not a star. He was not he became a Hall of Famer in Philadelphia. He was not when you acquired him, there was not an awe factor. You know what I mean? We know who Saquon was. We know who T.O. was. We know who LeBron is. We know who Moses Malone, Dr. J.R. Carlton was kind of an unknown at that point. If you based on what the historical people say, I remember Peter Gammons, he talked about it years ago. Him and Jason Stark were doing something on Baseball Tonight about the greatest left-handers. And they talked about how, Carlton was not he was not what you expected him to be and what he became. You know what I mean?
Oddly enough, his numbers in St. Louis are eerily similar. Now, the longevity different.
Mm-hmm.
ERA in Philly, 309. St. Louis, 310. WHIP in Philly, 1.2. St. Louis, 1.2. Now, obviously, he had more strikeouts and everything in Philadelphia. But winning percentage, he won 60% of his games in Philly. He won 55% of his games in St. Louis.
I would say the difference, though, is that, and I have to pull up his numbers in front of me, but his career at the end in Philadelphia kind of inflated some of that WHIP and that ERA. His run from 72 to 80
that's fair.
That is ridiculous.
Yeah, towards the end of his Philly tenure, which is kind of when I remember seeing him pitch, by the way. 83, the 83 Phillies is kind of the first Phillies season that I vaguely remember. I say vaguely remember them going to the World Series in 83. And then after that, Carlton's kind of a shell of himself from 85, and then he's gone. So I really only saw him in 84 and 85.
I always go back to, remember Ken Burns' Baseball?
Mm-hmm, sure.
How in one of the episodes, they talk about how Carlton was one of the most intimidating pitchers of all time. Yeah. And they had different guys on there talking about how Carlton was this super megastar pitcher on just a mediocre baseball team.
Well, fun list there by Adam, 609-403-0973. We got a lot of people watching on the YouTube channel. We got a lot of people texting on the text board. Somebody mentioned it says, I don't know what he's really trying to say here. It kind of seems convoluted. But he says,
deciphering here?
He says, now you love LeBron. Now you all for LeBron. I don't know what that means. Is he insinuating, listen, I'm quite open. Not the biggest LeBron guy early in his career. And I'm not a huge LeBron fan. I'm also not an idiot. I understand he's a great player.
Yeah.
So I'm not personally this big LeBron fan. I don't have to be a fan of a particular player to also acknowledge that the guy's a great player. There's plenty of players that I'm just not fans of. I don't love Juan Soto, but but I think Soto's a tremendous player. I'm not a huge fan of Manny Machado. Now, this year he's not been good, but haven't been a big Manny Machado guy. But I can also acknowledge he's really good. So I don't understand what the point of the comment is.
I think the point of the comment is the individual is trying to paint a picture that you shouldn't be excited that the Sixers are right in LeBron because you were not like a diehard LeBron fan your whole career, which is dumb because at the end of the day, you don't have to be a fan of a player to be excited that your team got a great player.
Yeah, why would I mean, listen, I don't shy from the fact that I've not been the biggest LeBron James fan. I do think he's an unbelievable talent, but I'm not saying I love LeBron. I like the fact that the Sixers signed him, and I think it's and listen, even if I said I think it's a terrible fit, I don't think he can play anymore, I can still acknowledge that this is unbelievable that a player of this magnitude is coming to play in Philadelphia. Even if I said I don't think he can play anymore.
Right.
I think he can still play. And I think he's at a point of his career where this makes a lot of sense, where he's got a lot of younger players around him, so he doesn't have to be the LeBron that we all remember.
Yeah.
But that being said, I always said way back in the day, this is going back to when he signed with the Heat, I hated that decision. I hated that he took the easy way out and left Cleveland. I will always be for when you're the superstar, the other players will come and play for you. You don't leave to go play for them.
Right.
With them. And LeBron, to me, took the easy way out of Cleveland because he didn't see a path to victory. And my path always for him was, you're LeBron James. Get them to come play with you in Cleveland. Don't go someplace else. That's your team. And you went someplace else. So that kind of rubbed me the wrong way. Then when he made the decision to go back to Cleveland, when he could have gone to L.A. or someplace else, I said, you know what? Go back and finish the job that you didn't get done the first time there. And I gave him a credit for that. In L.A., I just kind of was indifferent. Like that decision, I was kind of like, okay, went to L.A., kind of weak sauce in my mind, but whatever. By that point, he had won championships in Cleveland. He had won a championship in Miami. So going to L.A. and doing it, kind of on some tough times. But doesn't mean I'm a big LeBron fan, nor hater, by the way. Definitely critical of him earlier on in his career.
I just think there seems to be a group of people out there that no matter what happens in Philadelphia, they want to find a negative to it about the player or about people talking about it because misery loves company. Well, guess what? We're not joining you today.
No. Nope. I'm pleased as paradise. Cheers to 60 years. Maynard's in Margate. Maynard's in Margate. The cafe is celebrating 60 years, and they're having a big party on August the 2nd. And you can be a part of it. Stop on out and win tickets to see a Birds game, some concert tickets. Sunday, August 2nd, live music starts at 2, drink specials all day. Cheers to 60 years at Maynard's in Margate. They bring you the 4 o'clock hour of the Sports Bash. Well, Nuggets, he was going to take off Friday, Saturday, Sunday for his birthday party, blow out the candles. Nuggets decided to come to work today. He's coming into the locker room tomorrow. This is unbelievable. More Sports Bash coming up next.
I would have no idea what LeBron's doing. I'm just giving you a percentage in my mind. I believe I'm at 78% that LeBron will announce that he is coming and choosing Philadelphia. That's my percentage.
Later that day,
I'm still at about 70%.
so you went from 78 to 70.
Yeah, a little lower. Don't know why. Just that's the number that popped in my head. 70%.
Listen,
right.
if I could put a number on it, I would go 50-50.
Yeah, 50-50?
Yeah.
I said 78%. What was that? Monday or Thursday of last week?
Last Thursday.
I went 78%. Then I ended at 70%. I knew it in my bones. I felt it in my bones.
Did you recognize that drop, by the way?
It was like later that day.
Earnshaw knows that reference probably. Earnshaw's of the age.
Yeah, I'm not hip to the whatever that was. But what is Earnshaw wearing? For those of you watching on YouTube, I mean, get to YouTube right now. Check out this man's getup. He's got a cigar. He's got sunglasses. He's got a Sixers hat. He's got a shirt. He's got a Sixers jacket. I mean, this is some getup here for a guy who was supposed to be taking the day off.
You know, sometimes breaking news happens. All right. You got the shirt. I sprinted off the golf course and got into the studio. We are here. We are here. Hey now, LeBron James is a Philadelphia 76er, baby. This is an unbelievable day. This is an unbelievable day. Oh, to get the rally towels. Get the rally towels. I got my celebratory cigar. We're ready to go. It's a party, man. I'm sitting. So I'll tell you my story where I was at, because this is one of those moments. If you're listening, you're going to know exactly what you were doing, where you were at when the news broke that LeBron came to Philadelphia. You're going to know this is one of those moments you're never going to forget. This is like, oh, I was here and there when LeBron signed with the 76ers. I was on the golf course, and it was a pretty packed day at the golf course, okay? And all of a sudden, you just heard eruption across the entire golf course. People on different holes are saying, we got LeBron running from hole to hole. People are screaming, we got LeBron, we got LeBron across the entire golf course. It was at White Oaks today. It was unbelievable. Wow. I then hit a nice drive straight down the fairway right after he signed. Very happy. Did not like the end score at the rest of the day because I couldn't focus. I couldn't wait to get off the course. I drove, got in my get up, and now we're in the studio, and I cannot believe he's a 76er. I can't believe this is actually a real day and a real thing, Mike. This is unbelievable. This is the culmination of the entirety of the process to have a team like this.
Well, listen, I was shocked. I was sitting in my office here. I was just on the phone talking to somebody, and I looked up at the TV screen, and they put the tweet from Shams on the television, and I thought it was fake. I didn't know what I was seeing. I said, there's no way. What the heck is this? And I'm looking around, and then my phone just starts buzzing away.
Yeah.
I said, wait a second. This can't be true. There's no way that this is accurate. And sure enough, I went to the screens. I started to look around, and there it was, that it actually happened. LeBron on a news dump Friday makes a decision to go with the Sixers.
So it's funny. I had like very little service on the course. So I was getting stuff here and there. Things like that. I was still trying to enjoy myself, take a break, and then all of a sudden this happened. So I will say this. I will be in the locker room tomorrow, okay? I will be there bright and early, ready to go. Shout out to Josh cutting all that audio today because we're going to play it. We're going to have a doozy. And I might have to yell at Schwein for like being like, I don't know about LeBron. He called me on my way back from the course. It was like, you're actually coming in tomorrow? I said, absolutely. LeBron James is a Sixer. The Sixers are contenders. You have Tyrese Maxey, VJ Edgecombe, LeBron James, Jaylen Brown, and Joel Embiid as your starting five. Vacation can wait, okay, when that happens. Vacation can wait.
I mean, this is the biggest Philadelphia sports story of my lifetime.
Yeah, I don't think anything beats this. Bryce Harper to the Phillies, Saquon to the Eagles. LeBron James to the Sixers, I might beat it all. It might beat every single one.
None of them, like Harper to the Phillies. The only thing with Harper to the Phillies is that he did it in his prime, where LeBron is not in his prime. He's more at the end of the road. But Harper and LeBron are not in the same stratosphere in terms of stardom. So no, not even close. Like, if you were to ask people right now, hey, who are the 5 best baseball players? I don't know that Bryce Harper's name is in the top 5 of the sport, maybe here locally. But LeBron James is on another world level of fame and everything, stardom over Bryce Harper.
Yeah. Saquon too. And Saquon, brought this team a championship.
I think Saquon's below both of those guys.
Yeah, I agree. But but it's showing that stars are willing to come here. Stars are willing to come here. And I'll tell you what, the golf's really good around here, Bron. You're going to enjoy the golf. You got Pine Valley. You got plenty of golf around here. So it's going to be a good time. It's going to be a good time.
According to the report from ESPN.com, Dave McMenamin, LeBron's actually going to be living in New York, and he's going to be taking like a helicopter back and forth.
Like J.J. Redick.
Yes,
like J.J. Redick did.
So he can go to practice. So he can, listen, I said, if you're picking a place where to play based on a golf course, your head needs to be examined.
Well, that's very similar to J.J. Redick when he played here. He commuted from New York and from Brooklyn to come play for the 76ers. I mean, this is unbelievable. Listen, yes, he's over 40 years of age. Is he prime LeBron James? No, but he's still a player that could get you 20, can take over a game if he wants to on a night that he has to or something along those lines. But you get to pair him with Tyrese Maxey, young player VJ Edgecombe, and then you bring in Jaylen Brown. This is assembling right now the greatest Sixers starting 5 in the history of the franchise. I mean, and you could argue it could be up there with one of the greats ever on paper, at least heading into the season.
Listen, I don't know. Paul Hudrick was on earlier. He wondered if this is one of the best starting 5 in NBA history, not just Philadelphia sports history, in NBA history. Maxey, 28 points a game. Brown, 28 points a game. Embiid, 27 points a game. LeBron, 20 points a game. VJ Edgecombe, 16 points a game. That was their averages just a year ago. Yep. Is it fair to wonder, there's only one ball, how does it all work? Sure. Those are things that all come with when you add talent.
Yeah, listen, this is an unbelievable roster. It's obviously you got some ball dominant players. You're going to have to figure it out. I think that this core would prefer to go try and win a championship, and guys will take a step back if they need to. You're going to get nights where Jaylen Brown's going to be ball dominant. You're going to get nights where Tyrese Maxey is going to be nuclear from 3-point range. LeBron's going to have nights where he's just going to be LeBron and kind of take over and do his thing when he needs to. It's going to be a challenge. Nick Nurse is going to have to figure out. You're dealing with a lot of personalities, a lot of star power on one roster. But what this does, it also makes you a deeper basketball team by moving Dean Wade to the bench. You also sign Anthony Simons. You have Philon Jr. as well. Moves Justin Edwards down. The one thing they may lack is a backup behind Joel Embiid. You're going to have to deal with some, Dem Bonham minutes, Huck Porty minutes. But I mean, you can figure that out later. That's fine because you can mix and match with this rotation of guys with your bench pieces.
I think, listen, ultimately, you have a guy who's won a championship in LeBron. You have a guy who's won a championship and a championship MVP in Jaylen Brown. You have 2 champions now on this roster. It's something that the Sixers roster has consistently been lacking. They've had talent, but they haven't had guys who know how to win. Now you have 2 guys that know how to finish the job. And I think that's ultimately why these moves stand out. It's not, hey, we got Jimmy Butler and Tobias Harris.
Yeah.
2 very good players, none of them championship players. Now, Jimmy Butler is an ultimate winner, but he never was good enough to win a title. LeBron was, Jaylen Brown was. You have both of those guys now. So when times get tough, you're hoping that both of those guys can do something that normally you can't do when times get tough, is dig you out of those tough times. And that's why moves like this, the 2 moves they made, has changed the perception of this organization in one full sweep.
Can we talk about Mike Gansey and Bob Myers? How
Mike
it is
Gansey,
just
West Virginia. What do you want to know? I know where he parties.
Is that where we're
By the
partying?
way-
Is Mike Gansey down at WVU tonight?
I know this. So Pete G already bought a LeBron jersey.
It's funny. I was just about to bring that up. I was pulling up my phone. He already got the LeBron jersey. So I guess he did the custom and wasn't waiting for the actual LeBron to drop. He went custom, ordered it. It says on his thing it's going to be here by August 12th. We'll see.
So I see a tweet here that the LeBron James Sixers swingman jersey, $149.99, blue, white, and red, already sold out.
Yeah, sounds about right. Sounds about right. I'll have to wait on mine, I guess, because I'm getting the jersey, I'm getting the jersey, I'm getting the T-shirt, the hat, whatever you need, the socks. I'll get the whole thing. I'll get everything. Well, I'll take my money. Take my money.
All right. Well, I'm going to be watching the games on TV. That's what I know.
PG already texted me. So he texted me today. You mentioned he sent that along with it. Cheap Seats Pete also texted me saying, are we going to the opener?
Now, I told you guys when we were at Big Dog, you should get your tickets now.
I know. Now it's going to be way more expensive.
Did you look?
I haven't even looked yet. No, I haven't even gotten a chance to look. I've been brought it around like a madman to get on the air.
The schedule's not even out yet.
No, you can't. So you can't even buy it yet.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Now Adam Silver can put his schedule together.
He can put his schedule together. You could guarantee the 76ers are going to be playing on Christmas. They're going to be playing on these, big nights. They got LeBron on the East Coast again for these time periods, etc.
So McGarry brought up an interesting point. Sixers, Christmas Day. Who's the opponent?
It's got to be Boston. Boston or the Knicks.
Boston or the Knicks. LeBron against the Lakers on Christmas Day. Sixers, Lakers, Christmas Day.
Yeah, I could see that. I think Boston or the Knicks would be more hype. Eastern Conference. You took Jaylen Brown.
One of them's going to be opening night. Not the Lakers. They're not going to play the Lakers on opening night. But either Sixers, Knicks, or Sixers, Celtics will be opening night on I don't know if they'll be on NBC because doesn't NBC have Sunday night basketball?
Yeah, they have Sunday night basketball. And then Prime's going to be mixed in. There's going to be probably a ton of Prime games this year. I could see that happening.
Yeah, so Prime usually has Thursday games, I think.
Yeah.
So that's the possibility. The Sixers, Lakers, or Sixers, Knicks, or Sixers, Celtics, I should say, open up on Amazon Prime on Thursday night.
It's got to be one of those. I think it's got to be the Knicks or Boston. On like Christmas, on opening night, you got to play either or. That's got to be the matchup. It's got to be one of your rivals who you just beat in the postseason or who beat you.
I said you heard the audio that Josh played last week of me saying I was 78% sure that LeBron was coming to the Sixers. I would be 100% sure that they will play either the Celtics or the Knicks on opening night.
Yeah, that has to be it. Now, if it's the Knicks, they'd be raising the banner that night on opening night. If it's New York
and Philly.
Well, would they want it to be in Philly? Because they're going to have to raise the banner at some point. I'm sure they would want the champion to play on opening night,
Possible. Yeah. I remember when the Sixers got Al Horford, their opener was against the Celtics. I was at that game. They played the Celtics that night in Philadelphia.
Yeah. I think you're going to get every national game. You're going to be on Prime a lot. You're going to be on the Sunday night basketball a lot. So that's, I think, going to be the schedule when, Adam Silver can finish up now that LeBron's chosen. Are we a little shocked he did a Friday news dump headed into the weekend? I guess he wanted to let everyone party like me. Let everyone party with this.
I said this yesterday. I was like, the LeBron thing, it feels like the air has been kind of let out of the sail a little bit. Is he waiting too long? Did he overplay his hand? And he was like, you know what? The Eagles start next week. Like, if I'm going to Philly, I got to make my move. He made the move.
Yeah, made the move. I think this would be
on a day when the Phillies didn't play last night. So he knows that the sports talk radio shows had nothing to talk about with no Phillies game last night. He says, I'll give you boys something to talk about. Hey, LeBron, you know what? You're welcome to come on the show if you want. And I'll even say I was disappointed in you when you chose Miami, and I ripped you for it, and you deserve to be ripped, much like when Durant went to Golden State. But when you went back to Cleveland, I gave you a lot of credit for going back to finish the mission,
Mhm.
and you got that job done. So you gained a little bit more of my respect. I've never been the biggest LeBron guy in the world. I have no problem, but I'm not an idiot. I certainly know the guy can play, and I think he certainly can still play and help this team out.
Yeah. Now, looking back now, just a couple of weeks, did Boston create this? Did they create their own problem? Did the Boston Celtics create their own problem by sending Jaylen Brown to Philadelphia instead of somewhere else and maybe even taking less? Now you create a problem where they have a super team against you.
Hey, listen, when they made the move to get rid of Jaylen Brown, it started a whole domino effect of you gave the Sixers now something that they never really had. People were into this team without LeBron.
Yep.
So you can make the argument that, yes, the Celtics domino of because people were already over the Embiid Paul George thing. Many people were never into it to begin with.
Right.
But having to go through that for 2 or 3 more years, I think you had Paul George for 2 more years, and saying, well, if Embiid and George are healthy, that is completely out the window now. And now you have 2 guys that won championships in their place.
Just think, you let go of Quentin Grimes, Oubre, and Paul George and regained LeBron James, Jaylen Brown, and Dean Wade, as well as Anthony Simons. Sign me up.
Mm-hmm.
Sign me up. That's an upgrade. Daryl Morey would have been sitting on his couch and, going to the donut place and saying, wearing the shirt, it is what it is,
Yeah. Well, listen, I certainly was not a Morey hater, but there's no way LeBron James picks to come to Philadelphia if Daryl Morey's still here.
This is an entire culture shift for the 76ers. And the fact you get him at an older age, I understand that. But he's still a solid player in this league. He chose Philadelphia over going home to Cleveland, over going back to Miami, or any other destination, or playing with his buddy Steph Curry. He wanted to win a championship. He can win in his 4th destination. And, that's a pretty cool story. And the fact he signed a 2-year deal with a player option, that's fascinating in and of itself as well. And you could tell, I brought this point up, Mike, over the past couple of weeks. The Sixers kind of felt like they had the closest contact with LeBron's camp, right? Like all the other owners had to send in voice memos, or like the president of basketball operations had to send in voice memos. They had to go through Rich Paul, right? No meetings. But the Sixers, they got a one-on-one brief meeting at Fanatics Fest with Josh Harris doing something right for once. Here we go. Meeting with LeBron briefly. You had Bob Myers go on Rich Paul's podcast, and then you had Tyrese Maxey as one of Rich Paul's top clients as a part of Clutch Sports. They had a lot here where they could go and sell and pitch themselves more so than other franchises. They got to pitch more so than any of the other teams, it felt like, publicly, that the knowledge that we have to land him. Seriously, they had the most contact with LeBron's camp.
Well, I definitely think Myers was a huge factor in all of this. That gave the Sixers the credibility that, hey, the organization is not a clown show. It's not some analytical sideshow. It is a guy who has built championships. And I think LeBron was making sure that in his last decision, he was going to go to a place that was very stable and had, and was well run. And listen, I know a lot of people are not Harris fans, and I've said I don't have any problem with Harris. Harris, to me, has always tried to spend money. They've always tried to win. They've made trades. A lot of them haven't worked out. But it's not because he said, no, you can't. Now, you can say, well, he wouldn't go into the second apron. Nobody likes to go into the second apron. No. So, yeah, you can be critical of him for not going to that next level. But let's be honest, they have never been close enough when they weren't willing to go there to make that type of move. But that being said, I've never said, Josh Harris doesn't want to win or he doesn't try to win. I think he's always tried to win. And I said, listen, one thing people have to understand with Harris is he went to the Washington football franchise, a down rotten franchise for most people's last 20 years. He got them to the NFC Championship game just by changing the culture there. So I think it was a thing, and I talked about this, is he changed the culture of the Sixers in some capacity from apathy, nobody cares, there was a run there from 2018 to about 2021 where people really cared about this team as high of a level I've ever seen. So I was never been a Harris hater, and I think that he was a big part of this because of his business acumen and what his portfolio has that LeBron could possibly be a part of post-Sixer career.
Yep. Listen, this is, I think, the most all-in I've seen this fan base in my entire life. This is the best team I have seen in now going to be 26 years. What a birthday present, Mike. What a birthday present. Here we go. I got I got the cigar. Let's go. 76ers, baby. Clap your hands. Play the damn song. I mean, LeBron's a Sixer. I mean, that's the nugget. No other nugget. LeBron's a Sixer. How about that, Mike? How about that?
And that's got you into work tomorrow. You're going to come in and be a part of the show tomorrow. You weren't going to work tomorrow.
Yeah, I was on vacation, going to lounge around. You know what? I'm going to be in. I'll be there. I'm going to cut my vacation.
The story is too big that you had to come into work tomorrow.
Yeah, no, there's no way. I had to cut my vacation short. We'll take a couple of days off down the road. Just like Mike McGarry says, down the road. We'll take. All right,
well, listen to the locker room tomorrow. They'll have plenty more reaction. And I know Schweim, he's not a fan of the LeBron to Sixers signing.
We'll change that tomorrow. We'll change that. All right, we'll change that on the locker room.
You need to get the audio from Hudrick and play that for him tomorrow. He talked about anybody who doesn't like this move, what he said to those people.
Yeah, it's all right. He's a Sixer. Can't wait to listen to that and hanging with Henning tomorrow. Going to be awesome. Going to be absolutely fantastic.
All right, that's today's Nuggets here on the Sports Pass Live 97.3 ESPN. Thanks, Nick.
See ya.
All right, this hour of the show is brought to you by Maynard's and Margate. Cheers to 60 years, and they'll be partying, I'm sure, all Sixer season now as LeBron James is a 76er. The party at Maynard's August the 2nd with specials all day. Vintage game for LeBron. He'll be doing them in Philadelphia this year. If you are driving home from work right now, the Sports Bash is live. 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Watch the show live on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. LeBron James has signed with the Philadelphia 76ers. It is official. The Sixers have signed James to a 2-year, $8 million deal. It is a player option, so he can opt out after 1 year, but he will play this season in Philadelphia. Your reactions on the White Horse RV text board, 609-403-0973. Where were you? How do you feel about this team now? Just what's going through your mind if you are – I can't imagine you're just hearing this news right now. That would be unbelievable. If you were telling me you worked all day, had no connection with the outside world, and you got in your car and you turned on the Sports Bash for the first time, you heard that LeBron James, that would be unbelievable. But now that it possibly has set in a little bit, what has this done for you as a Sixer fan out there? 609-403-0973. Let's break this down a little bit. Somebody texted this in earlier today. A month ago, the Sixers could have packed up and left town, and I don't think anyone would have cared. Is he wrong about that? I mean, is that so off base that they could have packed up, the Sixers, left town, and nobody would have stomped their feet, clapped their hands, or nothing?
A little aggressive. I mean, there are a lot of people who love Tyrese Maxey. So they would have missed Maxey.
Premise, though, nobody really had a strong
the Sixers were
connection
low
to the
on
team.
Right. The Sixers were low on the totem pole of really emotionally invested.
Yeah, no question. Listen, if you have gone through the process years and the failures and all the moves and the mistakes and all that stuff, you might say you're out.
Right.
On this team, done with them. And I would not stop you at all. But I think a lot of people today may have hit the brakes on that and said, you know what? The Brown move coupled with this move have now unequivocally said, I am back on the Sixers wagon.
I'm glad you mentioned the Brown move because we're going to get some audio here. And I think the Brown move was the first move that brought a chunk of the fans back to, back to the group, right? They brought you back to the wagon or whatever you want to call it. But, we've come to find out, Mike, not just today, but in recent weeks, the Jaylen Brown move was also the move that brought LeBron's interest as well.
Well, when they got Brown, whenever it was 3 weeks ago, that was the Sixers. That was the ability for them to open the door and call LeBron. Without Jaylen Brown, he's not taking their call. So that is the first move that gives them at least the introduction.
Here's Shams explaining it more earlier today when the news broke on ESPN TV.
Philadelphia, I'm telling you, was not even on this radar, was not in the pool of candidates until Mike Gansey and Bob Myers went out and got Jaylen Brown. That changed the equation. The Sixers got on the map. And from there, it became for LeBron James now of almost 4 weeks of deliberation with LeBron James, Rich Paul, that inner circle there, and his family eventually. But trying to figure out what is the decision going to be based on?
Yeah, I mean, soon as Jaylen Brown is here, now LeBron can say, that roster's interesting. Because without him here and it's Paul George, probably doesn't excite him all that much.
Not at all. I no offense to Paul George, but there's never been a moment in time where LeBron was ever connected or associated or anything with Paul George. Paul George was just another guy.
Yeah, Paul George did nothing for Bob Myers. He couldn't sell his team as constructed. So when they were able, or Mike Gansey, whoever was able to pull the move off to get Jaylen Brown here and Paul George out, that then opened the door for whoever was the seller. Coffee's for closers. So whoever's the coffee drinker here, Bob Myers, Mike Gansey, Jameer Nelson, whoever's the guy who's got the big pot of coffee, the big bold pot of coffee, and sold LeBron to come here, the first domino had to be getting Paul George out of here. And you look at their ability to make that trade, it then opened up and changed LeBron's vision of where my next options are. Because Philadelphia, as Shams just mentioned, was not on the radar. The move for Jaylen Brown puts him on the radar. So anybody who thinks there could be some sort of, oh, Jaylen Brown this or Jaylen Brown that, it's only because of Jaylen Brown that LeBron even considers you.
Yeah, and Shams went on to explain that, LeBron decision, because you heard him mention there, what was going to be the deciding factor. LeBron hemmed and hawed about this. Well, it's the family, it's the happiness, it's the culture, it's this, it's that. But Shams said in some ways, this may have come down to really one simple factor.
LeBron James went into this process once he decided to leave the Lakers, that this would be about winning, about competing at a high level, building a culture with a team, having a team that he trusts. And so the Eastern Conference team represented a chance to contend at a high level. The Warriors were also considered, of course. The Minnesota Timberwolves were considered heavily as well. But this clearly for LeBron James, he looked at the roster.
The roster. And as we've talked a lot about today, the Sixers roster, and I've talked about this over the last couple of weeks, when they got Jaylen Brown, and then we started to say, hey, there's some reports that LeBron is on the radar. They've called him. They told him that they're interested in him. Would he be interested in them? Yes, the roster makes sense. If you go back to, and I think this is something Evan Cohen said on his expository on his Twitter platform, which was in the sense of fit, the old school way of playing basketball with a number 5 center, a number 4 power forward, a number 3 small forward, a number 2 shooting guard, and a number 1 point guard. The Sixers have those now. They have them now. That's not the way the game is really played all that much anymore. And you wonder, is that going to be a clunky fit? Paul Hudrick seemed to think this was going to be a pretty good fit with Embiid as a guy at the elbow, LeBron at the elbow. Who are you going to try to defend here? Are they going to have enough room to operate in there? You have shooting. I mean, you have speed. You have the break. These guys all operate really well. He brought up an interesting point that they get a rebound, get the outlet pass, get up and down. You have 3 guys in Maxey, or 4 guys, Maxey, Edgecombe, LeBron, and Jaylen, who all like to get out and run. Well, what happens to Embiid? And as Paul said, he can stay back and just hang out on the defense. Now, is he going to like that? I don't know. But ultimately, the talent, I think, won, coupled with the moves that Philadelphia made in the front office.
Yes.
They, to me, win the day.
And I think that's part of the reason why when we have this conversation about the 76ers, you have to think about all the connections, the connective tissue between LeBron and the Sixers, as Shams explained this morning.
And this is about Bob Myers and Mike Gansey and a slew of their players, from Tyrese Maxey, Jaylen Brown, Joel Embiid, all calling LeBron James, having relationships with LeBron James, specifically Maxey, and selling them on that vision that it was about winning. And so LeBron James made a decision today that he believes the Sixers are best positioned to go out there and win a championship.
Yeah, well, he had relationship with Maxey, clutch. He had a relationship with Joel,
USA basketball.
Olympics. So those two there really stand out as 2 guys who were able to connect, talk, pitch it, and then the Gansey connection. Both Ohio, played high school. Gansey was in Cleveland when LeBron was there when they won the championship, 8-9 years ago, whenever that was. And then Bob Myers, his pitch relationship with Rich Paul, I think really solidified Rich Paul being able to tell LeBron, you can trust Philadelphia. They are a legitimate option. You can trust them.
And I think the Rich Paul, Bob Myers thing, maybe we don't talk about it enough, because you know what you didn't see in the last few weeks, Mike? Any other executive on Rich Paul's podcast, did you? Nope. We didn't see Kobe Altman of Cleveland. We didn't see Mike Dunleavy Jr. of Golden State. We didn't see Pat Riley or anyone from Miami. We only saw Bob Myers. And maybe, just maybe, that should have been a big tell that Rich Paul has such a good relationship with Bob Myers that maybe LeBron sat down and watched that podcast. Mike, it's been 4 weeks. He's going to have had time to sit down and check out a 2-hour podcast and bits and pieces. And he might have walked away and been like, hey, Rich, was that performative or was that real? And he would have said, no, that's real, LeBron. And LeBron was like, okay, that changed my mind a little bit.
I definitely think Rich Paul has a lot of influence, and the fact that he could tell LeBron, hey, I trust this guy, meaning I trust my friend that has won championships. You can really think about Philadelphia if you're comfortable enough going there. So I definitely have to say that Bob Myers, being a part of the organization, gets this done, and I don't think it gets done without Bob Myers here. No way.
Brian Windhorst went on to say this morning on ESPN TV that he says that LeBron, there's a level of trust when it comes to Bob Myers and Mike Gansey.
The fact that there's a clutch client at the centerpiece of this team and the championship contender, I believe those two things intersecting, plus LeBron trusted the management. He trusts, I'm sure, Bob Myers, immense respect there. He trusts Mike Gansey, somebody he's known since high school. I think all of those things gave Philly a chance. Philly had some things going against them. They weren't home. They weren't Miami. They weren't Cleveland. They weren't Golden State. But what they had going for them ended up being the difference.
Pretty much what I just laid out, that he trusts Bob Myers and Mike Gansey. LeBron knew that Myers had a winning pedigree. He knew Gansey from his time in Cleveland, and that was that pushed him that I can trust this organization. And LeBron tweeted out, we should really read what he tweeted out earlier today, because
it is interesting.
Kind of laid out.
We haven't talked enough about what he said, because there's a couple of points in that tweet he put out that kind of makes you look a little like, oh, I didn't realize it was that.
Well, he started out by saying, this is from @King James. He said, I thought I was done when the season ended. I wasn't ready to announce it, and I knew I needed some time to really decide.
Stop right there. He thought he was going to retire?
Yeah.
Like, think about that for a minute. We've gone through 4 weeks talking about where LeBron's going to go, and LeBron saying, I might have retired. Think about that for a minute.
Yeah, I don't know that anybody had reported that that was an option at all.
Nope.
That he may have, in fact, retired. So he goes on to say, this is from LeBron @King James on Twitter. So he says, I thought I was done when the season ended. I wasn't ready to announce it. I knew I needed some time to really decide, but I was pretty sure I played my last game. I was honest at that last press conference when I said I needed to look at myself and decide if I still love this game. I still truly love this game, and I have more to give. The last few weeks have really been special. I've never been able to have no clue what to do and take time to just think.
And play golf.
I've had an incredible few months with all the people I love trying to figure it all out.
Including that big boys trip with the championship team.
That's where you figure these things out. This was my last decision. I'm not going for money. I'm not going for family. What am I really playing for at this point?
If we could stop right there. You know, Mike, one of the things that you had criticized LeBron about when he went to the Lakers was about he wasn't making a basketball decision. And I'm not trying to cast any aspersions, but do you think maybe when he says this wasn't about family, this wasn't about money, is that maybe a little bit of him saying, I did it for my family and other reasons in 2018. Now I'm doing it for the basketball reason.
Well, who was it that said when the family gave him
got that.
The
basically
approval. the A-OK to go play where you want to play.
Yeah, here's Shams Charania explaining that earlier today.
Last piece, I'm told over the last week or so, was just having that family conversation with LeBron James. We know Savannah, his wife, Zuri, his young daughter, they're LA-based. Bryce, his youngest son, he's at Arizona. Bronny James is currently right now with the Lakers. And so him going all the way to the East Coast, going all the way to the Eastern Conference, no matter where he ended up, having that familial buy-in, that was very important for him. And I think that was the last step in this decision.
Yeah, getting the blessing from his wife and kids to say, LeBron, you don't have to play in LA. You don't have to go back to Cleveland. If you want to go somewhere else,
Do it.
Scratch the itch, go do it.
Right. And you know what? I think it's also, there's a lot of reporting out there from guys like Dave McMenamin and my buddy Scoopy Robinson that Savannah James always wanted to live in LA. That was like her dream thing. And part of the LA move was for his wife. So I'm sure his wife said, you know what, honey, you gave me 8 years of what I wanted. I'll give you 2 years of what you want, and then you retire. And LeBron said, deal. That might have happened.
Well, he went on to say, I still want to sacrifice. I still want to work. I still want to grind. I still want to compete to win and have a chance at that feeling of winning another championship. I believe I can help make the Philadelphia 76ers a championship team, and I am so excited to energize a new fan base and start this incredible journey one last time. Thank you, LA. Miami, I'll forever love, and Northeast Ohio will always be home. That's how he ends it.
Yeah, his way of saying nothing against the Lakers, nothing against the Heat or the Cavs, but I wanted to, as you called it, Mike, I got to scratch the itch. To me, I think LeBron, he was able to spend the last 4 weeks clearing the mind, like he said, getting all of the fun out of his system. And now he's going to go back to doing shoulder presses on top of a balancing ball.
Well, right. And this is him like basically saying, hey, LA, thanks, Cleveland, all that stuff. But I needed a new challenge. Those challenges, I've already checked off my box, right? I brought the championship home to Cleveland like I wanted to. I went to Miami. We put that team together, won 2 championships. LA won a title. Now it's time for a new grind. And he talked about it. New grind. He still wants to work, all that stuff. But he wants a new challenge. And the new challenge is winning in a city that he has never played for before. He wanted that excitement, a new fan base. He kind of talked about the whole thing. So it all like aligns up in that the Sixers fire Morey. They bring in Gansey. Well, first they make the decision to fire Morey,
Right.
Bring Bob Myers in.
And then Myers goes out
brings
against
Gansey. They're able to make the trade for Jaylen Brown. That starts the phone call to LeBron. And then here we are. I mean, it's been a wild ending to this thing. It's funny. Bill Simmons' podcast, they just recorded a reaction to the whole story. This is the way that LeBron to Philly went on the Bill Simmons podcast earlier today.
Right.
Woe scale. Where would you put this? I love his woe scales where he's like, I didn't think this was in play on a scale of 1 to 10. What's the woe? He always says 10.
Well, first of all, the big job I think I think it's a possibility because everyone in their cousin with any NBA knowledge knew the Sixers were one of the finalists. Okay, so
Well, they were a finalist, but I do think he's right that a lot of people looked at them. Yeah, they're a finalist because of the talent they have, but does he really want to go to Philly?
that's fine. But to say I never thought it could happen, that's kind of weak by Bill Simmons. Okay, to me, first of all,
I don't think he's alone in that, by the way.
Luka's not a 10. Luka's like a 12 on the woe scale. LeBron's a 10 because you thought it might happen, like you said, Mike, but you weren't sure if it was going to happen. Luka was so out of the blue that everyone thought it wasn't real. LeBron happening, it was more like a wait, this is happening. Kind of like that scene from The Office. It's happening. It's happening. They're all running around like a head girl.
Yeah, I certainly think there's plenty of people who were very shocked that when it came down to going back home, going to Miami, or picking Philadelphia. I think most people, in fact, the prediction markets, the Calcies, the poly markets, the Sixers were a distant fourth.
Well, listen, I think, again, the calcium market concept, and I hate to be that guy, but this is why I don't trust that kind of stuff. That stuff is based on people basically buying stock, right? I don't trust the average person.
I'm not saying I trust it, but it gives you an indication of how they feel in terms of I don't see them. Only 9% of people had, I think at the end it was 9% that we're going to by yesterday, the last time I looked, 50% Miami.
Right. And which is my mind goes back to it's like the recent Conor McGregor fight when all these people were placing bets on McGregor to win, and anyone with half of a brain knew McGregor was getting knocked out.
But the point I'm saying is it gives you the mindset that people just did not think that Philadelphia.
The people mindset,
exactly, yeah, that they did not like. So again, like Bill Simmons said, he didn't see Philly. Neither did 91% of basketball fans.
What are you, Josh Hennig over there giving me odd numbers?
Well, it was 9% the last I saw of people on. I didn't just come up with 91%.
I thought you just
there
came
was
up with
9% of people on Kalshi. That's where 9% was going to Philadelphia.
So really quick,
50% was going to Miami.
So really quick. So and I'm generally asking because I don't know. I can't be the only one who doesn't know. So the 9% of people this morning that had LeBron going to Philly, do they all win money now?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so
it's just like if you bet $100, if you put $100 down. In fact, a buddy of mine sent me a text today with his Kalshi slip.
I'm trying to process in my mind how this works. So let's say
just like a bet,
right? But it sounds like a pool of bets, right?
Well, it's just like at the time when you log on.
Yes.
Let's say they're at 9%. Okay, which says there's a very low chance that he's going to sign there.
Right.
If you so at the time, this person, they were at 14%.
Okay.
They put $150 down, and the payout was $1,010.
Okay, so the payout is based on the percentage at the time.
Yeah, at the time when you put the bet, just like a regular bet. If you get a game at -3 and you put that there, you get the number at 3. It doesn't change. Your bet doesn't change. It stays at -3. It doesn't matter if it goes up to 3.5 or 4.
Okay, see that's where I was a little confused because I thought this was like stock market trading, where for example, if someone makes a bunch of moves in the stock market, and they do it at like a low percentage, they can steal everybody else's money, basically.
No, I mean, when you make the bet, it's at what the number is.
You're locked into that number.
Yes.
Okay, so the number doesn't fluctuate.
So they got in at 14%. They actually got a bad number.
Okay, but so it's not what I'm thought was like in the stock market, like you ride the wave to get your money, whereas in Kalshi, you're locked in at whatever number you're locked in at.
Correct.
Gotcha. Okay, that's what I didn't understand.
So at the last I looked, now like this was probably yesterday at some point during our show, Miami was at 50%.
Mm-hmm.
The Sixers were at 9% was the last I saw. Now that one there, I saw it as high as like 14%. And for a very, very sliver of small time, they passed Miami like 2 weeks ago.
Right, I remember that. We talked about that.
But, there was a lot of people that had heard LeBron entered his daughter into school and all that stuff. And you're like, all right, I heard this the last time. I don't know if I can buy this or not.
Who thought they actually had a chance at LeBron this week.
In the last few days, LeBron kept having conversations with some of Philly's players. Joel Embiid obviously was a key conversation. And I don't think Philly really loved their positioning in the running with a few days ago. They had made their pitch. Their big pitch was trading for Jaylen Brown. But LeBron kept reaching out to the 76ers players, and it gave them hope that they were still involved. And really, as of yesterday, I really don't think anybody had any insight as to where LeBron was going.
The fact that he kept reaching out to their players, I think, definitely says
reaching out to Joel.
He had very much a lot of intrigue that this was the place. He just wanted to get affirmation from the guys there. Hey, Joel, you've gone through the ups and downs there. Like, what is it like?
Hey, Joel, how far is it really from Philadelphia to New York?
It's an easy ride. JJ Redick did it.
Exactly. You can have a conversation. Hey, call your boy JJ.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Sports Best Live, 97.3 ESPN. Coming up, we got the Friday Five for week. What week are we in this week? 10?
Doesn't matter. LeBron's coming to Philadelphia.
That's true. Is LeBron going to go to a – now, does he throw out the first pitch on Sunday Night Baseball?
Dude, that would be epic. If he does that, the place is going to explode.
Yeah, somehow the Phillies can get the Sixers to bring LeBron over to throw out the first pitch.
That would be insane.
You know, some people have mentioned that the Sixers haven't had an introductory press conference for Jaylen Brown yet.
That is true.
So do they have one? Have they been waiting for this to put him in together?
Ooh, that's a good question.
But can the Phillies get LeBron to throw out the first pitch for Sunday Night Baseball against the Yankees? Sunday night, Phillies-Yankees. LeBron throws out the first pitch. Maybe does a little color commentary.
Goes to the booth. Yeah. Who's going to be on that game, by the way? Do you know? Is it going to be Kruk
it's
or Ahmad?
John Kruk
Okay.
with Joe Girardi.
Oh,
and
that's spicy.
Can't remember who the other person is doing the sideline.
What's the over-under on innings until they asked Girardi about what it was like being fired by the Phillies?
I don't know if they asked what it was like being fired, but the parallels of why his team struggled and then Thompson took over and they took off, and now Thompson struggled, he gets let go, and now Mattingly's team takes off. Do you see any parallels? Maybe. I could see it then. I don't know that they come right out and say, hey, it wasn't like to be fired. He has been on Phillies broadcast before, I think, though.
Not in a while.
This hour of the show brought to you by Cross County Connection. 6 new SJ Connect shuttles providing fare free transportation across southern New Jersey. Jobs, colleges, healthcare, shopping, government service, NJ Transit Hubs, all at no cost to riders. Details, 856-229-7571, driveless.com. If anybody's coming off the beach today, I've been getting a lot of texts and pictures that they had airplanes flying with banners welcoming LeBron, pictures of the boat in the water. It has like the video board with LeBron, welcome to Philadelphia. If anybody was on the beach today, did anybody get pictures? Can you send them to our text board, 609-403-0973? Heard reports of people like on the promenade and Sea Isle and just hearing cheers and stuff all morning long. That kind of announcement today. LeBron James, 2-year deal, $8 million for the 2 seasons at Philadelphia. We're back with today's Friday Five. Time for the Friday Five best games of week. We're at week 10, Josh. Week 10. That means we're in the double digits now. Excited? Get excited.
I am excited.
We're excited about week 10 of the NFL or LeBron James signing with the Sixers.
For today, it's LeBron. Next Friday, I'll be more performing.
We're going to announce our Chachi's 13th floor $25 gift card at the end of the show. So if you texted in all week long, listen for your name. And don't forget, Wednesday, we're live at Ventnor Social. We'll be there with a chance for you to win a trip to go see the Phillies play in Baltimore against the Orioles. You must be present to win this Wednesday. All right, you ready?
Let's do this.
You're watching on YouTube. What's up, everybody? You can comment in the comment section. And if you're watching on YouTube, hit that like button, subscribe to the show on YouTube so you can watch us live every single day. And when you hit subscribe, you'll get an alert when we go live on the Sports Bash. Friday five favorite games of week 10. No Thursday night games because it is the
Friday 5.
Here you go. Thursday night is Washington, New York. That's not a great game anyway, but it's an NFC East game. All right, here we go. New England, Detroit.
That game is international, so it'll be 9:30 in the morning. Your favorite time for football?
The Germany game. New England, Detroit. I like that game.
Figured you would, especially at the time of day.
You got New England by this time of the year. We'll find out if they're for real or not. Detroit didn't make the playoffs last year. Maybe their season goes awry, but I think that one will make it when we go to week 10 during the real week 10.
Yep.
How about there's not a lot of good games. San Francisco, Dallas.
That definitely has to be on the list.
Did you see the list in front of that?
Yeah, but there was one before I thought you were going to go to. And you didn't.
I had to go back to that one. I know which one you're talking about. San Francisco, Dallas. Dallas is favored by 1.5 right now. This is an interesting game. If Dallas is actually really good, and San Francisco, this could be for a division, high seed, all that stuff. So this is the kind of game that you definitely want to by this time of the year, I think is going to be in my Friday 5.
I mean, you got to lock in on that game. By the way, the Eagles are on a bye this week.
No Eagles this week, no Chicago, no Denver, no Tampa. So that's 4 possible playoff teams all off.
So your 425 Fox game, Cowboys, locked in.
Chargers, Baltimore.
Absolutely. Monday night, big game. No more Hardball Bowl, though. It's not Hardball versus Hardball one. Now it's Hardball's protege, Jesse Minter.
You see Hardball and his cringy opening
Jim?
No. John Harbaugh, when he had they reported the Giants.
Yeah.
Did you see his speech to the team?
I didn't see it.
It was pretty bad. It was cringeworthy.
Was it? I'm going to enjoy it then.
It was uncomfortable to continue watching.
I want to watch it.
Yeah. It was bad. It was bad. It was like I was embarrassed for him.
Like you felt bad for him.
I was embarrassed for him.
Do you think, without having seen it yet, do you think he thought it was going to land good, and then maybe halfway through he realized?
I think he thought it was going to land good, and that the team was going to be pumped up by it, and it was crickets.
Wow.
Crickets.
Interesting.
I have time. I'll try to find it and play it for you.
Okay.
Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, Sunday night.
Big division game. I mean, this is supposed to be Aaron Rodgers' last dance. By this point in the season, we'll know what him and the Mike McCarthy reunion looks like. The Bengals are a team that I am fascinated by because if they're healthy, that's a Super Bowl team, Mike.
We've been saying that for a bunch of years. Yeah. If they're healthy, they went to that Super Bowl. And every year since then, we've been saying if they go to that they can go to the Super Bowl. They haven't been healthy since they went to the Super Bowl. What was that, 2021?
Yes. And by the way, it's not all Joe Burrow's fault. Some of those injuries were on defense that one year. And he had an amazing year, but the defense was so bad they couldn't stop anybody.
That bad defense. Last game, there's only 5 games that are even in consideration. Actually, there's one other game that would be on the bubble, but Minnesota Green Bay would be number 5.
That's the one I was thinking about earlier. To me, I think that's going to be a game that decide a lot, not just the division, but the playoffs.
Yeah. So those are my 5. These are the ones that did not make it. Washington, New York, Thursday night. Kansas City, Atlanta. I mean, if Atlanta exceeds some expectations.
You know, if Tua stays healthy, which is a huge if. Yeah,
They do have Penix as the backup potentially, though.
Yeah, but I don't think he's back yet. I think he's still recovering from the knee surgery.
Well, you would think they have one of those two guys that by week 11 should be playing.
Right. But the point is that, like, if Tua is healthy, he's having a good year. Tua, Mahomes, shootout, maybe.
That game has the potential. When we get to week 10 of the season, that game could slip in there if Atlanta surprises. Houston, Cleveland.
This is the Drago game. If he dies, he dies.
I was gonna say.
You were Jerome.
Oh, I don't get the reference. If he dies, he dies. Who dies?
The Browns. The Texans are going to murder them.
I mean, you can say that every week for Cleveland.
Yeah. But
now you got
Texans,
Deshaun Watson against his former team.
The Texans have an elite defense.
Jacksonville, Tennessee.
I mean, if the Titans are better than we think they are, maybe.
Yeah, that's the only way. Miami, Indianapolis. If Miami's better than we think they are. If Indianapolis, last year Indianapolis was 8-2 at one point. They finished 1-7.
Miami's tanking for whoever the number 1 pick is.
This one here, Carolina, New Orleans has a shot.
Yes, because the Saints are a prime candidate to be a worst the first candidate. And the Panthers, what if they do take a step forward? What if they do get better from last year?
Oh, remember, they went to the playoffs and went toe-to-toe with the Rams last year, and they're a better team. They went out and got Jalen Phillips. They got some pieces. So Carolina could be a surprise team. They have a shot. Buffalo Jets.
No. This is the Drago game as well.
Yeah. What's the other one here? Seattle, Vegas.
That's a no.
We have a lot of games where there's a good team facing a bad team. Like a real bad team.
I'm going to be curious when we get to week 10 what the lines are at that point to see how many of these games remain double-digit spreads. You know what I mean?
That one right now is 7.
Mostly because of the fact it's in Vegas.
Buffalo Jets, 7.
Right. So by the time we get to week 10, these might be like 10, 11, 12 points.
Rams, Arizona, by the way, is the next one. That's 10.5.
I don't know.
Another bad game.
It's a bad game, but I mean, that's one of those games where it's like it's in the division, it's in Arizona. It's a bit of a letdown game. Remember, the coach of the Cardinals used to coach with McVay for the last several years, LaFleur.
And then that's it. All right.
That's it, yeah.
So they're the ones that did not make the Friday 5.
Don't make the cut.
So my Friday 5 this week are Patriots, Lions.
Yep.
San Francisco, Dallas.
Love it.
Chargers, Baltimore.
I'm in.
Pittsburgh, Cincy.
Get excited.
Mini Green Bay.
Rivals.
The 5 games are fine. The other games are mush meat.
Right. Like you said, there's only 2 other games on this other games that might even have a chance.
Can't believe you didn't see this Harbaugh.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
See if I can find it real quick. Here we go.
Hope there's no cursing in it.
I don't think so. Okay. From my memory, anyway. Yeah. All right. So here's Harbaugh yesterday. I guess it was yesterday. He gets introduced to
the team.
This is his first introductory press conference. He's got the whole
team's in
the whole team is in like the
arena.
Whatever it is. The
meeting thing.
The meeting room, right.
The conference room or whatever.
The conference room. That's what I was looking for. So here's Harbaugh introducing himself to the team for the first time. All right. So mind you, he has said it multiple times. Not one player has blinked or moved. They're all sitting there just like, what is this guy
What's his
doing?
point?
Yeah.
What's the point here?
I know the coaches back there feel the same way. We're here with the New York Giants. Right, coaches?
He's looking for some sort of.
Do you feel bad for him?
He's trying so hard.
And he got no
He's
reaction.
not getting I mean, the crickets aren't even cricketing. I mean,
right. The New York Giants. The New York Giants.
he said it like 3, 4 times and nothing. And then
Nothing.
he looks for affirmation. Coaches, right? Coaches.
The coaches, we're excited. Aren't you guys excited too? I was like, dude, this is a joke, right?
This is so bad. It's
It was
funny.
pretty bad. It was pretty cringy.
I'm almost crying over here. It's like, it's so bad because he's like, you can tell he's trying so hard to get the guys excited.
No doubt.
And they're just like,
They didn't care at all. They're like, this Giants team stinks. I only know all these guys in the room. They only know the Giants to stink.
I mean, I was going to say maybe they weren't born when the Giants won a Super Bowl, but I mean, that was like 15 years ago. So they were born at least.
They don't care.
They don't
care. All right, we're getting ready to get out of here. LeBron James signed with the Sixers. We'll wrap it up coming up next on the Sports Fast Live 97.3 ESPN.
Lakers.
Come and get us on the call on 97.3 ESPN. The Kings still got it. That was a game this year, the Sixers and the Lakers. You're going to hear LeBron every Sixers game on 97.3 ESPN. Think about that. LeBron James's games will be on our air every single night. We're Rock 104.1.
Either one.
That's unbelievable. Think about that. He plays here on 97.3 ESPN. LeBron James does. Not as a one-time visiting player. This is his home. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. And you know what? If he has to move from L.A. to Philly, my guys at Clark's Moving and Storage can make it happen for him. You know, LeBron, I know you'd have a big move coming. They'd go worldwide. They're part of Wheaton. Clark's Moving and Storage can get the job done. They did it for me, LeBron. They can do it for you. So if you need someone to move you, LeBron, my guys at Clark's Moving and Storage will get the job done. From L.A. to Philly or New York, if you're moving there, apparently that's where you're going to live. They got you. My guys at Clark's Moving and Storage. A couple things for LeBron. In a Lakers uniform, he passed Kareem Abdul-Jabbar for the most points in NBA history. He won the 2020 NBA championship in the bubble and his fourth finals MVP. He became the second player with 40 points in a game after turning 40 years old, joining Michael Jordan, who also did it. He became the second player in NBA history with a triple-double after turning 40 years old. He did it 5 times. The other guy was,
Triple-double? I'm going to go...
After turning 40.
After turning 40. I'm a big oak play long enough. I don't know. I'll go Kareem.
Karl Malone.
Oh, really?
Is the other guy.
Wow.
He's played 23 seasons.
Yep.
He has earned max money every season since 2014. He will not have max money. He's only making $4 million with the Sixers.
Only.
He is the longest tenured Laker. 8 seasons with the franchise. He's tied for 15th most all time. A 9th season would have made him the 10th longest tenured Laker. 8 seasons with the Lakers, tied with Shaq, Derek Fisher, for guys who played with the Lakers for 8 seasons and won a title. He is one of 12 players to play at age 41 or older. You know any of those?
Kareem?
I'm
drawing a blank on who else.
Robert Parrish, Vince Carter, Kevin Willis, Dikembe Mutombo, LeBron James. He's one of 6 to play at least 100 games after the age of 40. They are the other ones.
Listen, I'm in LeBron mode. I'm not in basketball mode, okay?
I got you. We'll be in basketball mode tomorrow, the locker room, and then hanging with Henning. You're going to be out on location tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll be at Boulevard Super Lakers. People come out and meet Hollis Thomas.
Stop out for that. Listen to the shows. I got you back Monday right here on the Sports Bash. See ya.